Hello and welcome. We'll see how this one goes. It'll be for a couple of hours, hopefully no longer than that, and it'll be one where I have people come up. In the past, when I've let people up, um, it's been a car crash. And the reason why it's been a car crash when I've let people up before on these lives is because the amount of people that make up crap, it's just unbelievable. So, so we'll see how it goes. If I'm out of breath, I have just been on the treadmill, so forgive me, literally. So I'm just waiting for people to come in. So this is just the start of the live. I don't know if you can read the background clearly, but it says chat to me for 15 minutes. So we'll have a timer, unfortunately. It's only because in the past, when I've spoke to people and they make up a lot of rubbish, they change the subject because obviously I call them out. And when I call them out, they change the subject and then the chat goes on a lot longer where I keep trying to put them back to the point that they said at the beginning. So, yeah, so, okay, I'm just going to invite Kerry to come up. And so we're just waiting for people to join. It's literally just started this live.
Hi,
Hi, Kerry, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. Thank you for helping today.
Oh, no problem.
We'll see how it goes. I think I must warn everyone before they start talking. Is thank you, Beccaroni. So we'll let people up, but I think I must warn them that if they make up stuff, it's not good. There's no point if they don't have the evidence for what they say, or at least some type of evidence. Then don't say it. I think it's probably the best way of putting it, isn't it, Kerry? Do you think?
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Okay, so I'll waffle on then until someone requests to come up. Now, as I say, in the past, it's been really bad. We've had all sorts of people, from religious people to people that want to play games and all sorts of stuff. And then we have the people that I think they know what they're talking about and change the subject, which I hope we don't get any of them today. Okay, so while I'm waiting, I'll just waffle on about my new book. Or two books, in fact. Someone said to me, because I'm rewriting the Bible, I'm not literally going through every single page of the Bible rewriting it because there's certain sections I can't double check, so there's no point in rewriting stuff that I can't check because. But someone said to me, why don't I make it like a massive one book instead of two? And I said the problem with that is Amazon. They have now changed the pricing structure, so I don't know if you guys write your own books, but now where I try and do this for no money, I can't just try and get the books out there. So I think I make about 20p on the books I sell at the moment. But they forced me to do over £9.99 or $9.99, which I don't like doing. My books were $7.99, where I made about 20p. But Amazon's now changed their policy that if you don't do it over $9.99, you get nothing. And while I enjoy people getting my books, me earning absolutely nothing, even 20p is better than nothing. So, thank you, Jane. Just saw that. Thank you. So basically, I've had to split them into two books because no one's going to want to buy one book for £30. So I figured, well, at least I've got a chance of someone buying the first one, and then if they're interested, they could buy the second one. So it's Amazon's fault, I'm afraid. Jane's at Hi, sir. Hi, Jane. So this is that live where we're allowing people to come up, but we do warn them not to make up crap. If they want to chat about Jesus or whatever, fine. But if they're talking about stuff that we've got evidence for, don't make up stuff. Crimson's right. Yay, how's your history? Hope you're feeling better. Not too bad. Yeah, I'm slightly out of breath. I was trying to type to Kerry while on a treadmill. So sorry, Kerry, if the spelling would come out wrong. That's why I'm still out of breath a bit. I'm just scrolling down. So no one's asked him to come up yet. They're all probably frightened. Not you guys. You guys are sensible, but some of the new people that may want to come up and talk about flat Earth or aliens. Or we probably might not get anyone, Kerry. It'll just be me and you.
It'll just be me and you, and then tomorrow they'll all complain because they can't come up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Or they've all blocked us, or we've all blocked them. So all the people that make up the stuff. So if anyone wants to come up, Kerry will be the amazing moderator, which will let you guys up if you want to have a chat. It'll be for about 15 minutes. Ask pretty much anything you want, or talk about pretty much anything you want within reason. Someone's requesting. I don't know. Can you see that, Kerry? Crimson's wrote.
I have it. I'm going to bring them up here in just a sec.
Okay, it'd be interesting to know who that is. Lewis. Oh, it was Lewis. We know Lewis.
Hello.
Hello, Lewis. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I wanted to probably kind of barge in and come into some of your lives because I have series of questions, and for you to get to them is kind of difficult. But the one main question I have, and it's kind of these are Bible related stories that Christians go by, that I think some of this is strange. Like the book of Job, I spoke to you before, and it's the story of a man who was rich and had everything, and he was in the envy of the God, God, whoever, you want. And I'm wondering, A, what God was that? And two, supposedly the adversary came up and said, oh, that person worships you because you give him everything. If you took those things away, he probably wouldn't worship you. And the story is God taking everything away, his health, his kids, his money, and everything else. And then at the end of the story, I don't know it all. He comes back and he has the audacity to ask God, why did he do that? And God said, who are you to tell me what how do you know where the wind comes from, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what story could this be as far as the Anunnaki gods? And that's my big question.
Okay, so I wouldn't really ideally need to reread the book of Job again. It's been forever since I've properly read that. But just taking some of the bits that you've said, there is that the Anunnaki had a wind, which Adapa actually broke the wind. So I don't know. I still don't know what the wind is, but Adapa broke the wind. So clearly, it's obviously an Anunnaki talking about the wind giving them something. So I don't know whether it's rain or whether it's genuinely wind for crops or something. I still don't know what the wind is. Going back to Genesis, the wind, the Enuma Elish, the wind, there was 4 winds, north, east, south, and west, and they were 4 moons. But obviously, it's not in this context. It's not talking about moons. So it also depends on where this character was, because there's obviously it depends on what time frame and when. When and where, because as you know, there was Anunnakis all over the place. That's why the God of Israel is called the God of Israel, because there was other gods around at the time. So it kind of depends on what god it was, because they're all called gods. Every single one of them was called gods or goddess. So we need to know from that. We need to know where he was. Was he in Babylon? Was he Israel? Was he, Sumer, Akkad? Where it could be anywhere. So it's hard to know. So I'd need to reread it, try and work out what time period it's in and where he was, to be able to work out which particular god it would have been that would have been his god. But yeah, they're not. while Enki probably wouldn't have done such a thing, I wouldn't have thought from everything that I've read about Enki. But there are, there was a 2,000 other Anunnaki at any one time, so
Yeah.
any one of them could have been as petty as that. So unfortunately, I can't answer
It,
without reading it properly again.
yeah. And another story would be the story that most people are familiar with is Sodom and Gomorrah. You know, that's used by Christians to beat up on um, uh, people who they don't agree with or like, and they said, you know, this whole world will become Sodom, or you know, the stories like that that have a huge impact in the Christian faith that I think are beating up on people unfairly. But you know, these stories need to be retold in a more, I don't know, by people, you know, like who are these guys? I mean, I know that they're all gods. Everyone was called gods. And there were probably many people in many sectors that were gods and they treated people differently or whatever. And that's how some of these stories came about. But it would be interesting to dissect some of those larger ones that Christians use consistently for the belief in their one true God.
Yeah, I mean the Anunnaki admitted using seven weapons of terror. The Book of Revelations admit that there were seven weapons of terror, literally the same description. And we do have fused sand that's been fused to glass. We know that as a fact. We have that in Egypt. We have that over in Indus Valley. So we know the Anunnaki used those weapons, which pretty much Sodom and Gomorrah, two of those probably locations, or at least one location that covered two areas. Um, so I'm still trying to find the other locations where they use the seven weapons, because one of them, especially like for example the Book of Revelation and the Columbia tablets, they talk about a mountain getting sliced off. Now, the only mountain I'm aware of is the what do you call it? The oh, Nazca mountain range, but that did have
Mm-hmm.
gold in it, and that's a fact. It does have gold. So that was more than likely after the Great Flood when they remined because of the mines being covered over in South Africa. So I don't know the locations, but yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah would have been one of those, if not two of those weapons that they used.
They say they found the area, but you know, that's just like saying they found where Mount Ararat was. I mean, it's
Yeah, I mean, with the seven, they were spread out. The whole point was they was trying to get Marduk. So obviously Marduk wasn't in one particular place, and they didn't know exactly where it was. So they was basically taking out any of the people. Egypt was his area, which is why he was known as Ra. So
hmm
they was trying to find him and take him out. But yeah, I
yeah.
mean, I haven't actually done Sodom and Gomorrah in my book. Maybe if I've still got time, maybe I should just put that in there so it helps solidify again that the Anunnaki were the ones. I mean, if you
Yeah,
read,
that just a
sorry,
couple of those stories that I believe, you know, I listen to Christians here on TikTok and, you know, they use the story of Job to when people say, then how come, you know, children suffer from cancer and this and that? And they bring up that book of Job where you don't believe enough or you should believe no matter what happens and things like that. And, you know, it irritates me to tell you the truth that that's what that book was for. So that's why I wanted, you know, hopefully some, you know, some real clarification through your excellent research.
oh, thank you very much. Very kind of you to say. I'm flattered now. Yeah, I mean, for me, I struggle when a god has, let's imagine it's an almighty god that literally has to tell people to worship him, and if you don't, you get punished. That's that I struggle with, obviously, but of course, the Anunnaki, when you realise that they were just no different from us, and that they thought they kind of owned us, which technically they kind of did. That makes more sense to me, obviously, as well as all the other evidence we've got for the Anunnaki.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's really all I wanted to kind of discuss, and it would be interesting. I know you're terribly busy with all this, with your research and whatnot, but it would be interesting just to pinpoint some of these main issues in the Bible that Christians use to beat up on other people. That's what I call it. But
okay, now what I'll do, because I haven't obviously finished the books yet. They're finished, but I was just going triple checking because I really don't want to be debunked. But so I still, I've not got a release date or anything, so I can go back and just pick some of the things that you say that I may not have added in there, and then nailed it with evidence that matches the Anunnaki again. So I might do that. I might just select things that I've not picked and just go there and just prove again. I mean, honestly, if you read the first chapter of this, the first book out of the two, and it's over for the Bible. I mean, there's no way anyone with in their right mind can turn around and say, "Wow, it's still an almighty God." It really is. I mean, I've so done my homework, and there's so much evidence. It's ridiculous. You just as I kept going, I kept finding more and more evidence. Not just tablets, but scientific and archaeological evidence and everything. It's crazy.
yeah, and I think most of these stories that I'm mentioning, I believe Job and Sodom and Gomorrah, are in the Old Testament, which Christians just kind of throw out with the bathwater, saying, "Oh, none of that's real," and then they want to bring 10 Commandments in the school here in the States. Separating church and state, which has been in the Constitution since forever.
Wow, didn't know that. Okay, that's interesting. That America wants to do that. Is that Trump, or is that just school boards wanting to do it?
It's the conservatives, which is run by the Christians, the new the white Christian base. They call them Christian nationalists or whatever, and they're the ones that's running Christianity. I would say the conservatives, the Republicans, but they completely sold out to this Christian community, which has taken over everything. We're going to be back in the dark ages, so pray for us in America. We're going way back.
Okay, you'll have a new book of Revelation soon then.
Oh yeah, and that's the story. It's like when you think of the Dark Ages, what happened was, and this is what I believe, that they literally threw out art and science and the educators to bring in Christian theology only, and if you didn't believe that, you were burned at the stake or whatever, and that was the beginning of what is known as the Dark Ages. Now, if that's true or not, I don't know, but I can certainly believe it if they only go by what's in the Bible and, Christians and what they believe.
I mean, funny you should say that. The witches. The old story that if a witch doesn't drown, she's not a witch, or she's a witch and she still gets killed. There's a thing called the Code of Hammurabi, and one of those, it's almost very similar to that. Is if someone doesn't die because they tried to kill him, therefore he's still guilty because he didn't die, so they have to kill him. It's literally like that. So you can sort of see that was way back, but you can sort of see how the start of the Dark Ages probably started with misinterpreting or even following those kind of silly rules and they were given by Enki and Enlil to a king called Hammurabi. So even back then it was stupid things.
Agreed. Yeah. Well, that's all, boss, I wanted to bring up. But yeah, hopefully you can kind of hit some of those big points so we can battle these Christian ideas.
If I put your name in the book, then Lewis told me to do it here.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, I will listen to the rest of the live, but thank you for letting me up.
No worries at all. Thank you very much.
All
Thank
right.
you. I think we've got another guest request. TikTok limits me to about 50 people, although sometimes we can push a little bit further. But hello there. How can I help?
All right, mate. Yeah. So, do you believe in aliens?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm interested in this. Can you give me like your best evidence?
Okay, so we'll go with the ancient aliens, the ones that created us, if that's okay, instead of the modern aliens. So we've got tablets from before the Bible, Sumerian tablets, Akkadian tablets, Babylonian tablets. We've got millions of them. They're scattered all over different museums. And some of those tablets talk about things such as naming all the planets, and in fact even telling us how our solar system was formed with the waters mingling, which actually matches what the Bible says. So in other words, the Bible's a copy of the older texts. Now also in those texts, this race called gods, that's their race name, was on a planet called Nibiru. They tell us this in tablets. In the British Museum, in fact, one called Enum Relish. And so they have a problem with their atmosphere. That's tablets in Columbia University explains about the problem with the atmosphere. And so they come up with the idea of sprinkling gold particles in their atmosphere, but they don't have gold on their planet. So they tried to mine the asteroid belt, which does have gold. We only found out about the asteroid belt 200 years ago. They tell us about it. In fact, that's what the firmament is, the asteroid belt. They tell us that. I've read out the translations. They lost 2 ships trying to mine the asteroid belt. There's a tablet called Kingship of Heaven where Alula, who was the king at the time on the planet Nibiru, it gets challenged for the throne by another Anunnaki or another god called Anu. And Anu beats in a wrestling match, that's where we get our wrestling from, beats Alula and becomes king. Alula then fled. This is all in that tablet, Kingship of Heaven. Fled to Earth, first ever Anunnaki or god to come to Earth. So he arrives on Earth, finds that there is gold. Again, goes back to the Columbia University tablets owned by the Rothschilds, 13 of them, translated by George and Ryan Moorhen. Tells the other Anunnaki, look, because he thought he was going to die, that's why he fled. Because obviously he was king, and then, long story short, but then other Anunnaki turn up here. One of them called Enki, who is the fashioner, who is also called the Great Lord. Again, look at Oxford University translations tablets. These all predate the Bible. Enki then separates the waters from the waters, etc. For the first 6 days, separates animals, creates pens for the animals, etc. And then on the 7th day says, let this day be a day of rest. That's in the tablet called Eridu Genesis. Then the younger Anunnaki, which you all know as the Igigi, also known as the Watchers, because they were stationed on, well, first they were here on Earth, and they were mining for the gold in South Africa. We've got peer-reviewed evidence there is actual ancient gold mines from hundreds of thousands of years ago, which is ridiculous because we was hunter-gatherers 12,000 years ago, let alone hundreds of thousands of years ago, needing gold. But anyway, so we've got the evidence that there is ancient gold mines in South Africa. And the Anunnaki then, in a tablet called Enki and Nimna, you can look this one up, again predates the Bible. It's a Babylonian tablet, and it talks about Enki coming up with the idea, or his mother technically coming up with the idea of creating a hominid species, or another species from an existing species, which would have been Neanderthal, because we've all got, or 90% of us have got Neanderthal DNA in us. And so in this tablet, which will be one of the first tablets that you could read or write, they're talking about genetically modifying a species to create a new one. So they actually do that. They fail 6 times, and then they finally create a new one, and they put that character, Adamu, and they create a female for that, which they called Tiamat after the planet. Those two couldn't breed. You'll know her as Lilith. So Ningazida, which was the son of Enki, took something from the rib of Enki and took something from the rib of his half-sister called Nimna. Again, all in that tablet. And then they injected Adamu and Tiamat, the two very first people. They weren't Adam and Eve. And they had, then they could procreate. And from the blood of her, they then created 7 more males and 7 more females and put them all to work in South Africa. Mainstream science say that we all come from one mitochondrial DNA woman, which is impossible because that's not how evolution works. But of course, the Anunnaki's already told us that they use the same blood from her to create the 7 more males and females. Then 200,000 years later, Enki, the Great Lord, our father who art in space, he then bred with 2 of the descendants of those ones, and they were called Dawn and Dusk. We have got the tablets for them, and they children of those were Homo sapiens sapiens. So we had Homo sapiens first, and then now we've got Homo sapiens sapiens because they physically bred with them, which gave us intelligence. And of course, the Anunnaki tell us that in the Tale of Adapa, which is Adam. So Adam is very smart, and then we have all the whole story of Adam and Eve, or Adapa and Tai, as they're really called, with their children, Cain and Abel, etc. We have a whole proper backstory of Cain and Abel, which goes far better detail, predates the Bible, about Cain and Abel. So that's just a snippet of what we've got, why I believe there's aliens.
So just based off of how many of these tablets are there?
Sumerian cuneiform on its own is over 2 million that we've found so far. That's just Sumerian, let alone Babylonian, Akkadian, Assyrian. So we're talking millions and millions and millions of tablets and carvings as well. Don't forget that we've got there, because we're in their image, in their likeness, Genesis 1:26, in their image, and so we've got carvings of what they exactly look like.
Right. So what do you define as an alien today? Like,
Someone that's in this context, someone that's not from Earth, that didn't originate from Earth, and they didn't originate from Earth. They come from a planet which NASA will call Planet X. And if you look up mainstream, they'll tell you that they do believe there is a planet out in our solar system that's pulling on asteroids, and that's how they believe that there is another planet 4 to 10 times the size of Earth still out in our solar system.
yeah, there is a scripture. It talks about there being war in heaven, and Michael and the angels forced out the demons.
Yes. So
What do you think?
So the angels were, and if you're interested, I've got evidence of this. Angels were messengers for the Anunnaki. I'm sure you know that the original word for angel is messenger. It's a Greek word that comes from the Sumerian word for messenger. So if we go back to the original words for the messenger from the Sumerian, which predates the Bible, Sumerian is the oldest known civilized language instead of cave drawings. The messengers did the same things that the messengers did in the Bible. So we've got chariots where they're flying around and chariots, etc. So yes, there was wars up in heaven. Heaven is space. There is more than one heaven because of the asteroid belt, which the Anunnaki called the vault in the expanse, which I'm sure you know is in the Bible. It locks one heaven from the other. So in other words, below it, as above, so below. There is waters as well, which, because it was a planet that smashed Tiamat, that became Earth and the asteroid belt. That's why the asteroid belt's got the same material. That's why it's got water there, because it was a frost giant that was the planet that got smashed up. And mainstream agree that Earth was also hit, so they believe that it was a planet called Thea, but we know it's Nibiru that smashed into Tiamat. So yes, there was wars with the Anunnaki in space. Yes, the Ajiji. There was a character called Anzu, who was Alula's grandson, who caused so many problems. So yes, there was wars.
So do you, when you said there are creators, what do you mean by that? They created the human race?
Yeah,
Is that what you meant?
they didn't create the solar system. So the Genesis 1 is actually, believe it or not, Genesis. I don't know if you know your Bible, but Genesis 1 is actually talking about. So if you go back to the original Hebrew words, not King James, not New International, not the stuff that they tell you what to believe, but if you go back and actually translate the tablets, you'll find it's deities forming. Now, deities we call gods, but the Anunnaki called the planets deities. That's what it was. But we now call deities gods. So Young's literal translation literally says gods prepare in heaven and earth, but it's actually, if you can actually translate it to deities forming in space, which is exactly what it's referring to, because mainstream about 2 months ago come out and said that they can see, astronomers can see in another solar system planets being formed by water. That's not me making that up, that's what they said. So if you go back to the Enumerate and the Bible, where it says the waters mingled and created deities, so the planets.
So do you believe though? What's your opinion on like life itself? Do you think there was one creator that created all of these deities and aliens, and then they created after that? Do you think there's an ultimate source?
It's a good question. So the Anunnaki does say that, or the gods, shall we call them? That's their real name. The older ones were called Anunnaki, the younger ones were Gigi. But the Anunnaki talk about a creator of everything. So you could say, well, there you go. They must know that there's a creator of everything. However, they do say it's an unseen creator of everything. So you think, okay, well, they haven't actually seen it. But my context is, well, look, there's 4,000 religions right now. Every single one of them's wrong, because obviously we've got the Anunnaki, the evidence of the Anunnaki. I've only just scratched the surface. I've got 8 hours worth of evidence if you're interested.
Well, not really, because you're quoting. I need to obviously look into what you're saying, but you're saying you've got these evidence of manuscripts or whatever that predate the Bible. But if the Bible mentions already that there was war in heaven and there was angelic beings that have had a war and done other stuff before, then I don't see where the contradiction is so far. I'm just wondering. I've always been interested to see whether angels and demons are kind of an alien-like, not in the same sense of sci-fi, but they could be like a hybrid creature from another dimension. I've always been interested in it.
Right. So, yeah, no worries. So angels were messengers. That's a fact. I mean, just read Book of Enoch. Or watch if you're interested, watch my documentary on angels sold, where I go back, and because you have to go back. You can't. When you research, you have to go back to the very first person that named something. You can't just pick something halfway along, because otherwise people bolt on things like pagan gods was just literally to do with a pantheon of gods, but now people's added all sorts of things. Gnosticism was about the belief in spirits, and now people's added all sorts of crap on. Lucifer was only ever mentioned once, I'm sure you know, in the Bible, and it's only a small passage and he dies, and now people's given him backstories, etc. So when I did my research into the word angel, obviously, it goes back to the oldest word, which was messenger, which was what the Anunnaki had. So we know it was just, and they had chariots, and the archangels were the pilots or the commanders, and even the translations can be rewritten, which I've done if you're interested, on the word, what was it? The fiery chariots with the horse-drawn, I can't remember off the top of my head. Sorry, I've got a cat pushing me. Go away, cat. Sorry, I'm having to move from the cat. So the chariots of fire was obviously, I'm sure you probably figured that one out yourself, that it was spaceships. But demons, the very first word for demon was a meteorite. The oldest word that I can find was for a meteorite, believe it or not. And then as time moved on, as I carried on finding the oldest mentions of the word demon, people started to use it for something bad or evil. So it's the same as a monster. You cannot describe a monster. You can't describe a demon. So, Bill Gates can be a demon if you want him to be. So it's just something bad or evil. Same as serpent. If you go back to the original word serpent and snake and all that kind of stuff, it comes from the Sumerians, where they don't like someone, and I've showed loads of times where they didn't like someone and they called them a serpent. So of course the serpent was in the Garden of Eden, was just another Anunnaki, and I've done a video showing that as well if you're interested.
What do you do with, okay, let's focus on like the Christian message, particularly Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, that God's become a man, died on a cross to pay for the sin of humanity. would you say that's an alien messenger trying to corrupt mankind, or what would you say there?
Okay, so what happened, just to give you a bit of context. So everywhere that the Anunnaki were, they had obviously gods, which was their race name, and each god had their people that would be forced to worship them, as you probably know from reading the Bible. It wasn't until around 3000 BC that Marduk, which was the son of Enki, was given the rank of the Most High. Again, we've got tablets that tell us this. He then changed everything from polytheism to monotheism. So in other words, while everyone was worshipping anyone in their own, Babylon, Egypt, whatever gods was around, Marduk changed everything. Tablets in the British Museum called the Cipher Cylinder, and so he changed everything to say, no, there's not a god of the sun, there's not a god of the winter, there's not a god of half moon and quarter moon, which there was. Every Anunnaki had pretty much, you name it, was named to do with something. So Marduk changed everything to monotheism, and that's where you end up with Christianity. So over in Rome, so at that point the other Anunnaki, the ones, there's a bit more to it about the family bloodlines, etc. But Enlil's lot went off and buggered off to Greece and then Rome. So the Rome had the pantheon of gods, which was mainly Enlil's lot, which is the half-brother of Enki, who didn't really like Marduk. In fact, they tried to kill him many times. It says so in the not only in their tablets, but in the Book of Revelation. If you know how to read it, I've done that as well. Solved that if you're interested. But yeah, so over in Rome, Marduk's the Romans were starting to come over to the Middle East, which is where Marduk was. He was named Yahweh at that point. And he didn't like them because he was told that he could be the main god of the planet, and now he's got these pesky little Romans coming over trying to attack his people. So he goes over and tells Constantine, look, enough with this business. Build me a temple, 20 or 23 foot doors, because the Anunnaki were tall, about 20 foot, give or take. And that's when the pantheon of gods. So the Catholics was following the pantheon of gods, and then as soon as Marduk turns around and says, no, you lot now follow me, it changed to, which is why there's so many similarities between Catholics and Christians. So that's where, and now regarding Jesus, if you watch my video on who Jesus' real father is, you're thinking, no way, you can't do a video on proving that Marduk would have been the hybrid, Jesus would have been a hybrid. Feel free to watch it, you'll be surprised. It's on YouTube, no one's debunked it. I'm surprised that no one's even tried, but I guess the evidence is there. So Marduk had already created, so Marduk was also known as Amun-Ra in Egypt. He was also known as Aten. He's also known as Amen. So when you say Amen at the end of a prayer, you're actually saying Marduk again. Marduk's on the dollar bill as well, by the way. That's why he's splattered all over it, if you know how to read it. So
so what was the actual purpose, though? If you're saying that the aliens created Jesus, but what for?
So Marduk, well, it's a good question. Someone asked that the other day, actually. So Marduk created from my research, Marduk created the Akhenaten bloodline with the elongated skulls, which I'm sure you're probably aware of. And so he put those in positions of power. They fizzled out when it got down to Tutankhamun, because they were literally clones. Now, mainstream have admitted that Akhenaten and Nefertiti are brother and sister. However, they haven't looked for markers to show that they were actually from the same source. They're just saying they're brother and sister. Now, my research would, if they did look for the markers, they'll say, hang on a minute, these are the same, same DNA, not brother and sister. So Akhenaten, Tutankhamun was the last of that batch. So there is a possibility that Marduk created more than just Jesus. Jesus could have been, for want of a better word, the runt of the litter that didn't quite get put in a position of power, and because he's wandering around unlike the others, going, hey, my dad, forsaken me and this, that and the other, he got a story written about him, whereas the others could have been, King Sargon, could have been any of the King David, King Solomon, could have been any of those, also been hybrids. But if you look at the evidence that Marduk does create, I mean, that's where all the hybrid creatures come from. They were creating, so the Greek stories of Minotaur, and they're all come from Samaria. That we've actually got cylinder seals and carvings of them before Greek even had those stories. So yes, they definitely genetically modified. So with Jesus, the problem is, there could have been more, and Jesus could have just been, one that didn't get quite right.
Yeah, but I still don't really get what would be the point in creating Jesus as an alien. What's the point?
Well, like I say, the Akhenaten bloodline comes with the elongated skulls. We don't have elongated skulls. The Anunnaki don't have elongated skulls, which means where did they get the elongated skulls from? Now, if you look at the Greys and you look at the Mexican mummies, which you may have seen in a year ago with the Congress, where they brought out these small 1 foot Mexican mummies, they've got elongated skulls. So it's totally possible that Marduk used a more intelligent species than us to create the hybrids, which is Akhenaten's blood family, because they all have the elongated skulls. The dad, the great granddad, and so on. Even Tutankhamun had the elongated skull. So by creating a probably better or more advanced species, but obviously they couldn't probably breed, that was probably why there was more than
do you think that Jesus was actually is he made up, or is he actually an alien? I believe he is God in the flesh, but just to clarify, but do you think he's actually a made up fictitious character?
No, I believe he's no different from the Akhenaten family line, except he was just
so he was an alien. Is that what you're trying to...
Hybrid, yeah. I know you say, you think that God's Jesus. You do realise that where it says I and God are the same in the Bible, you do realise that when you translate that into another... So you can translate, I don't know if you know, but you can actually translate the Hebrew words into other words. For example, one word can mean breathe, disposition, spirit, and wind. So you can actually go back and rewrite it, and when you go back and look at where it says I and God are the same, it can actually say I and God agree. So you can literally rewrite the Bible with all the things that you think that you don't know, because that's the version that they want you to be told.
Yeah, but Jesus also said, though, when you believe in me, you're not just believing in me, but the one who sent me. And when you see me, you don't just see me, but the one who sent me as well. Yeah. He says it multiple times.
Yeah, it's hybrid.
He says it so many times in different ways. So he's a hybrid. Do you actually think he suffered on the cross?
So the thing is, with my research, where I can't double check anything, there is no point in checking anything. So with Jesus being born to Marduk, I can double check that because Marduk's already done it before, and we've got an actual carving in Egypt of Isis holding a brand new baby with an elongated skull, saying
is that
the first.
So you believe that based? How many manuscripts do you have for that?
How do you mean manuscripts?
What's the evidence that Marduk had a baby? You were saying?
Again,
sorry.
That's all right. No, feel free to watch my long documentary going through it all.
Yeah.
So Marduk has basically got form. In other words, he'd already done it prior. As I say, Isis was his granddaughter.
Who's recording this?
So in Egypt, actually on the same carving as where Isis. You can look it up now if you want. Isis has got
a carving of someone that we've never seen.
Isis, which is Marduk's granddaughter, holding this elongated skulled baby, which we do have the elongated skulls of.
But you say these are only carvings, my friend. But you don't have any visuals to say.
We do have elongated skulls. Yes, we do have Tutankhamun. We do have.
But you also have the Shroud of Turin with Jesus.
So if you watch my documentary on the Shroud of Turin, you'll see that. There's no evidence that it's Jesus whatsoever.
How do you know?
There's no evidence of it being Jesus. You can't have a negative, and as a negative, you can't say, well, how do you know that it's not when it's not? So there's no evidence. So you can't say, if you said to me, prove to me that it's not Jesus, I can say there's no evidence that it's Jesus. Do you understand?
The only way you can do that is because we don't have Jesus here to test his DNA right now. But I guess when we're looking back into history, when people are saying there was a crucified man who resurrected, then the Shroud of Turin has got some strange findings on it. I guess it points towards that being true.
Well, the other problem with the Shroud of Turin is you do realise that in order for it to be wrapped around someone, it would need to have the image wouldn't be dead straight. It would have had a wraparound, not just dead straight, and that's front and back. Did you get what I'm saying? You can't if it's laying over someone, it has to have a wrap. It can't. So you would have a distortion. You wouldn't have it as if someone's just painted it. Bearing in mind, it was a French guy that ended up with it first and said that it come from. You get my point?
No, I don't follow. But even still, like they proved that it's first century carbon dated.
No, actually, unfortunately, there's other institutions that will say no, that's not.
Well, that's the old research, but not the latest.
No, recently. Feel free to go and look. It sounds
again,
like you've got a bit of a bias that you want it to be real as opposed to doing the evidence. Sorry, I don't mean to sound rude. It comes across like that.
oh no, I find it completely flip that around on you because you're talking about aliens because they're true because of these carved images. But
Well, no, you may have missed the thousands of bits of evidence as I was talking through it. So the Anunnaki tell us about the asteroid belt. We only found out about 200 years ago. We've got fused chromosomes, which can only be done in a lab. We've got buildings, the very first buildings as a temple for anyone, wait for it, is not for your god, it's for Enki. Second building was for
hold on.
Enlil.
On that point, why would that disprove the Bible?
So
If there's deities,
God tells them to worship him and only him, yeah?
Yeah,
God
but
tells-
there's deities that want to rob Jesus of his majesty. Why would we be surprised that there's temples?
So the very first people. So what other deities are there then? You've just literally admitted it. What other deities are there then? If the very first people were born on Earth, so there's a place called Eridu, which is where the very first temple was, which is Enki's temple. You can go look that up if you're interested. So if
Sir, I've let him go on way longer than 15 minutes because we didn't have another request, and I know this is getting good, but we do have another one. So
Okay,
whenever
much
whatever you want to do,
feel
it's
free
your
to
call.
watch my videos if you're interested in seeing the evidence. Thank you, though, very much. Thank you to that guy. Yeah, he obviously missed the bits where I gave out so much evidence. He seemed to miss those bits where I was pointing out, that the Anunnaki named the planets, the fact that we've got fused chromosomes, the fact that we all come from one mitochondrial DNA, the fact that the first priests were for Enki, the first buildings were for Enki. You name it, everything comes to the Anunnaki. So poor God didn't even get a look in. Anyway, sorry. So yes, whoever wants to come up, feel free.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, sir. How are you?
Not too bad.
I just wanted to make one thing. I just wanted to add to the conversation that the guy was saying beforehand, and that was about the fact that the Shroud of Turin is a 2D image representing a three-dimensional person, which is kind of weird.
That's correct. Yeah.
First of all, secondly, when it comes to the Bible and everything, there are a pantheon of gods in the Bible. Genesis talks about El Elyon and then the Elohims. And then later on, much later on, Yahweh comes, which is considered to be the main god nowadays, the monotheist god. But Yahweh lost to Baal so many times in battles. Yahweh has a lot of characteristics of other gods as well that he took from other pantheons and fused everything into one thing. So who actually is, according to the previous talker, the real God of who the Son of God, which he qualified Jesus to be, is? Because there are many gods in the Bible. And they were not always the main gods. The main god's place actually changed from place to place. So this is not a question, this is just a statement that I wanted to make.
Yeah,
Because-
no, you're spot on. Absolutely.
The conversation that was happening earlier,
Yeah.
and because I see the biases when it comes to religious people and their beliefs. But yeah. Anyways, my question was based on your research on the moon. So what have you found out? What is it actually? And I want to pick your brain a bit on that.
So the oldest record we have of the moon is the Enuma Elish, which is the tablet in the British Museum. Now, we don't know how old the tablets are in Columbia University, so I can only really go by the age of the Enuma Elish. But again, it predates the Bible. And it talks about Kingu, which was the name of the moon for Tiamat, which was the planet between Jupiter and Mars that got smashed up. So Tiamat then became Earth in the asteroid belt, and its main moon, Kingu, became. Thank you, Messi. Its main moon became Earth's main moon. So we have tablets. You know, there's people that say, "Oh, there was a time before the moon." Well, the oldest. I mean, literally, we're going back to 4.6 billion years ago. No humans were here because Tiamat hadn't even been broken up. So how people can say there was a time before the moon, I struggle with when the Anunnaki literally, or the gods literally tell us that Kingu was a moon of, and now is the moon of Earth. So I believe them because obviously the asteroid belt's the same material as Earth. NASA, everything matches what they say.
Oh, that's the weird part, is that there is actual manipulation of our solar system that occurred with the destruction of planets, the destruction of certain moons, the placement of our moon, the asteroid belt, what it is and what it was before. There's a lot of stuff like that, the civilization that was Mars before Earth. Like, there is actual manipulation in our solar system, so it looks like that there is a formation, as you mentioned earlier, about the gods or the deities being the planets. So the formation of planets are being observed. So that also kind of showed the fact that maybe they're not billions of years old.
When you say what's not millions of years old, the Anunnaki or
not billions. I mean,
sorry. What's not billions? The planets or the Anunnaki?
All the formation of the planets.
Well, the problem is the Anunnaki live for. We did some calculations the other day. So the Anunnaki live for 120 years on their planet, which 1 year for them is 3,600 years for us.
Mm-hmm.
So it works out to be, I can't remember exactly, but it works out to be that they've been in our solar system for 1 million years, not 4.6 billion, because of the time.
That was the point that I was trying to make, that there is kind of this difference between mainstream calculations and actual calculations of when you start to look into things, that things don't match up somehow, that's, but my purpose was of the question about the moon was what is it made for? Why was it placed here? Is it artificial? Is it some kind of monitoring system? Is it here for soul collection, let's say?
No. So it literally was a moon. There was other moons that Kishar had, which was Saturn, and then there's Nibiru had moons which smashed into Tiamat as well. So it literally just as a moon. And if you go by the Enuma Elish, it explains how the planets were formed. Mm-hmm. Who gave birth, like Tiamat gave birth to Mars and Venus, which I know sounds stupid, but when you realize how the Anunnaki spoke, everything was alive,
there's even certain mainstream calculations are talking about the Earth or the sun's consciousness as if they are alive. It's not just big solid rocks moving around. So it kind of goes into hand to hand about how the Anunnaki kind of talk about the planets, or the deities as they call them back then. My questions, I'm talking about the moon specifically because of the fact that it is ours, especially it's locked in motion. There's a dark side, there's a bright side. The bright side has so many craters that are all perpendicular. The dark side has barely any, and there's some kind of also and according to my research, some kind of when you go into the deep dark files, black ops, etc., where you find that actually maybe there is a possibility that there is an alien civilization hiding on the dark side of the moon. There's also the theory of the hollow moon being some kind of artificial intelligence satellite that has been placed there for a certain reason. There was this incidence of when the rocket was launched on the moon and it made a huge bell sound and everything like that.
Yeah, there was also, just to let you know, because a lot of people don't bother doing research. Not you, I'm just saying a lot of people don't. When I heard that, I decided to look and see whether or not it's ever happened here on Earth, and I have done a few tests, exactly the same type of tests, to see whether Earth rings. And there was one place where it rang for hours and hours. So we can't say, because we've also got that, and that then we could then say, well, if Earth rings for an hour, is Earth a spaceship? So I'm just saying, that there is two sides to that particular story.
I'm happy that you brought that up. To that account, there's another thing that I wanted to also mention was, wanted to ask you about was. Is there evidence about the Anunnakis not just experimenting on us, but also on sea creatures? Like we're hearing reports of all the, like, let's say the spacecrafts popping in and out of the oceans nowadays, more and more, or that's the narrative being put forward by secret intelligence and stuff like that. So there is some kind of stuff. Like, okay, I'm not going to go into detail, but I've had also personal experiences with certain things that are considered abnormal, let's say, or inhuman, coming from the sea. But like, is there any research based on that? Is there any things that you found out in the scriptures based on that?
I mean, if you go by
breakaway civilization, one on Earth and one in the sea,
Yeah, okay. So there's no evidence. I can't point to evidence, but the Anunnaki were the first people to talk about mermaids, after mermaids. Now, whether or not I think there probably was mermaid. I mean, they did genetically modify us. We've got the fused chromosomes. There's a missing link, so something happened, So and again, we're kind of doing genetics now. There's probably places, as you probably know, that won't tell us what they're doing, and they've probably got all sorts of super soldiers and creatures and stuff like that. But the only thing regarding the ocean really would be the mermaids, and if you go by the Zeus, which would have been Poseidon, which would have been Enki, who is the one that was doing all these hybrids. Poseidon, I think, supposedly created the dolphin. Now I don't know whether that's true, but that's the only things I can sort of point to. We don't really have the evidence because we would need to. Octopuses. A lot of people say, a lot of scientists say, 60 odd scientists have said that they don't think octopus belongs on Earth.
Yeah, it's a sentient being that is non-terrestrial by nature somehow.
Which is interesting because it has that slit eyes, the same as the goats and the sheep, which are the same.
And cats, like our cats, compared to all the felines, are the only one that have slit eyes. Like, people don't realize that all the big cats all have round eyes, besides normal cats, like domestic cats, and the cats that are apparently also found in Egypt that were prayed to and everything, like they are the only ones of the feline species that have slit eyes.
Yeah.
Like when if you check it out, lions, mountain lions, tigers, cheetahs, leopards, panthers, they all have round eyes, like humans, Then they're all predators. But the only things that have split eyes are you have reptilians that have split eyes, and you have cats that have split eyes,
Yeah, and
cats are mammals, like one of the few mammals that actually have split eyes.
Funny enough, the Anunnaki, the creatures that brought down, such as sheep and goat, possibly horses, have fused chromosomes. They told us they brought sheep and goat down. I've just checked to see, does cats have fused chromosomes? Yes, they do. In other words, they could have been, you're right, they could have been a domesticated version of a larger cat. I mean, if you look at Inanna, which you all know as Ishtar, she had lions as pets, so they could have maybe, domesticated them.
Yeah, or maybe it is also related to another race of, Anunnakis is just a term, right? Like, according to my understanding, is Anunnaki. The name is Anu. It's the word that maybe the hominids use when describing that. Na means no, ki means earth. Anu doesn't come from earth, Anunnaki. It's just a general term, like you would say humans, or I don't know. It doesn't mean that, Chinese are humans, Africans are humans, Europeans are humans, we're all human beings, but we're just different subspecies of the same, hybrid species. So Anunnaki can just be a general term. Like you mentioned, there's the Ajiji that were just also considered Anunnaki. There's like, if you look at the Vedas and the Sanskrit, there's a lot of like other terms of many different species like Rakshasa, and you have like, people like Ganas, like from which Shiva comes from. They're all different like things, but they're qualified into a main thing, like Devas or Asuras, like they're all like encompassed into one big thing. So Anunnaki can just be just a big encompassing of several things that they want to just, because obviously language was not as developed as it is right now. It being as basic as it is, it's very possible that that's the basic terminology that they were using for those things, So it is also maybe a possibility, because we see that, we find some people talking about in the New Age about Lyrians and stuff like that are basically cat-like alien species that also come to Earth and blah, blah, blah. Is it maybe a possibility that the cats, the domesticated cats, are actually part of that,
I've never seen any evidence whatsoever.
Especially taking into account the fact that you have Bastet, which is the cat god in the Egyptian pantheon. You have like, it's specifically cat-based, and they were the cats.
But they also have eagle heads. They've also got Anubis with a sort of jackal head and stuff. So we can't just single one out and say that.
No, for sure. I'm not just singling one out.
Yeah, no.
I'm just saying that cats, by their nature, they were also domesticated cats that we know were very highly considered in Egypt, and they were
Yes.
part of the royalty and everything.
Yeah, no, that's true. They mummified them as well.
Yeah, of course. They had crocodiles in the river of the Niles. It can be, also taking into account certain animals that they were superimposing onto their gods. That is a possibility. I'm not denying that. I just find it fascinating that domesticated cats are the only thing that have the split eyes compared to all the feline species that ever exist on planet Earth,
Let me just check, because I just checked for cats. Let me just check for lions to see whether lions have fused chromosomes. Now, logically, it should say no. And if that's true, lions have fused chromosomes, especially that they have fused chromosomes involved in their chromosome 6, which results in a percentric inversion.
Isn't the fused chromosome the thing that is also mentioned in the Bible? Let's say, like there's a very special term after the flood that the age cap of humans was limited to 120, and scientifically we can kind of tell that our telomeres at the end of our fused chromosome is the reason why they started to degenerate, and the reason why the maximum human age is capped at 120 right now.
We've actually got Sumerian texts telling us that they're going to reduce our life to 120.
Yeah. It's also it's in many texts, but it's just also in the Bible, like the latest, mainstream religion that there is.
And they've done that to control the population in the same tablet.
Yeah, because that's the reason why before that you had like people like Adam or Noah, they were living like 700, 500,000 plus years, and then after that it was just capped at 120, and now we see it's because of our telomeres in our DNA that is happening, where there is a fusion of the last telomeres somehow, and there's after a while they start to degenerate more and more, and this is that degeneration that causes aging, because you have then other things, species like, for example, crocodiles, they don't have that, and they can, without, like, if crocodiles were not harmed or get into an accident or something like that, they could live hundreds, if not thousands of years. We actually don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because of the fusing, the fused chromosome thing was made on purpose. It was genetically modified.
Yeah.
So it's very possible that every species that it came across with, because in Noah's thing, we also have like 2 of each animals being brought and put into the ark, that each one of them was genetically modified to have a capped on their age limit somehow,
Logic wouldn't. To me, logic says they wouldn't have capped the animals, because obviously they would have liked the animals to breed as much as possible. If Enki was, say, which he did, told Noah to build the ark to save as many domesticated or as many animals as he could, reducing their life would be illogical, because obviously you're repopulating the planet after. So I wouldn't have thought they would have reduced the lives
Or
of the animals.
is it something based on predator prey theory? Like, like because maybe they would have been aware of stuff, certain thing like that, and they're like, okay, these things have a possibility. If they keep growing, they could overcome whatever we've created here. These human beings, they could overtake them. Evolution could happen where one species that is more predator than prey can dominate the another one. It is maybe a thing that was done in order to allow what we call Homo sapiens, or later on Homo sapiens sapiens, to be able to, grow in masses, in numbers, while having like a safe environment,
No,
so to say, to grow into.
yeah, I guess that's a possibility.
There was another thing I wanted to ask you about. It's slipped my mind right now. But maybe I'll come back to it a bit later. But yeah, do you have anything else regarding to the moon then that you found out?
Well, from whistleblowers, we have been on there since 1950s, or Nazis have been on there since 1950s,
Yeah.
and they've been mining what they call helium-3.
Yeah, for fusion.
Yeah, and other minerals. So that's one of the reasons why it could ring like a bell, because it's been mined, and it's other aliens apparently already been on there for way longer than the Nazis. So they've probably mined the hell out of it, which
It is a big possibility. There's even like a movie about it. I think like a spoof kind of like
you
movie.
remember the one, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of like hilarious, but then when you do the research, you're like,
Was
is
it
it?
called Iron Sky or something like that?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. When I first came through it, I was like, what the hell? And then when I started doing research, I was like, okay, it's not so out of the ordinary to think that it could be a possibility, But yeah, the other thing is the fascinating part for me is the fact that it like the ocean's tides are locked with the moon, right?
Yeah.
So we have the cycle of the moon as we know it, and the tides are locked with that. The ocean is 72% water. We are made of 72% water, And me as a doctor, I see it like when I did my medical studies, I was in psychiatry. During full moon and new moon, crazier people go crazy.
Yeah, I've heard this. I've heard that. I've looked that up.
Literally, like it just basically amplifies whatever base feeling you have, a base emotion you have. If you're a happy person, you get just more happy. If you're a depressed person, get more depressed. Like whatever base emotions you have. And is there something you found out regarding that in your research?
No, I mean you probably know more than me. I have looked into that to see whether or not that was a genuine thing where the moon does affect people because of more than likely its gravity and because we're bags of ugly, mostly water.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, so you probably know more about that side of it than I do.
I just wanted to check on you because I know, like, I've been following you for a long time. I'm a big.
I've seen your name a few times. Yeah,
a bit of a fan. But
thank you.
I really appreciate your dedication to the research. So I got the chance now to pick a bit of your brain. I was like, let me ask him a few questions.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. It's really nice to hear you just said that. I know I do come across, arrogant and stuff, but you must have listened to why.
Yeah, but I know it's also a lot of British humor, which is kind of like, I get it because I've been in UK for a long time, so I kind of get it. So, but I know how it can pass by sometimes.
Yeah,
it's
I'm not great at humor, so it probably comes across wrong as well.
I think we're all having our thing going on. Before I finish, I'm sure you have other people also on the line right now, and I'll hog on for too long. I wanted to know a little bit about the fact that let's only take about Enki and Enlil by their Anunnaki origins and everything, and how they used the current hominids that were actually here on Earth to create, let's say, Homo sapiens first. That was, we see it in our DNA, right? Like something that we qualify as a ghost civilization that came and fused with us. We have about 20% of their DNA in ourselves. They fused with us 2 times, about 300,000 years ago to 500,000 years ago approximately, and the last time was somewhere between 20 to 70,000 years ago. We call them ghost civilization because there's no remnants of them. We can only see it when we look at our DNA, but when we take about the story of Enki and Enlil and then using the hominids, I have 2 questions regarding that. Is there kind of like according to my research, but I want your opinion about it. Was when the genetic modification was done, and let's say our DNA was fused, our, let's say, lifespan was capped, etc., etc. There's most probably also other blockages placed upon us, whether it's spiritual or psychological or physical, that maybe what I've researched, and I want you to confirm that if it is true or not, that it was Enki, right? That was like experimenting on us. He was like the kind of like the scientist guy.
Yeah, his stepsister and his one of his sons. Yeah.
And did he also play some kind of like, I would call them like lock and key mechanisms, where at certain levels things would get unlocked inside us? Is that something written?
I've never read anything like that. Never read anything like that. I mean, when if you look at it from a logical point of view, creating the first, I mean, I don't know if you've read the tablets. Please do. If you're a doctor, please read the tablets called Enki.
I've tried my best to read as much as I can from them.
Oh, right.
Because you are the main expert in the field, that's why I'm picking up your brain about it.
Thank you. So Enki and Nimna literally tells us that they, one of them didn't have any genitals, so they called it a eunuch, and so on. So if we look at it, the fact that their planet's dying and they're basically in a rush to try and appease the younger Anunnaki, the Ajiji, because they stopped work, and they're now going to get help if the Anunnaki, if Enki can recreate, create a helper for the Ajiji. I can't imagine them sitting there going, well, we failed 6 times, but maybe we should stop putting these markers in to stop them from worshipping or whatever. I can't imagine that. I think that was just.
I mean, maybe not when they made Homo sapiens, but maybe when they made Homo sapiens sapiens, the second time.
Sapiens, from my research, comes from when they bred with us. That's why there's two missing links.
That's the ghost civilization that we talk about in science,
I think that was a physical breeding, which is why we got a bit smarter, because they physically bred with us. Again, the Tower of Adapa literally shocks. You can read it, and they're literally shocked that the intelligence that we could actually understand compared to the previous Homo sapiens. But if anything, so I don't know if you've seen my video called Anunnaki created us twice, not just bred with us, but created us twice. The one where it was after the Great Flood, that's when they capped us to 120, and that's when they talk about
that's what I mean.
Something to the
when
world.
They capped us the second time after the flood,
Yeah.
And that's when I'm talking about, is there something written there? Because I found certain things according to my research, but is there something that you found where it's not just the capping during the second reading, okay, the second time after the flood? It's not just the capping of 120 years of age that they placed upon us, but there were also other, let's say, block mechanisms they placed inside of our DNA so that, we are not able to, attain our full potential, let's say, right away.
Well, the only thing that I read was where they done something to the mother, to a woman, so that every, periodically she wouldn't be able to give birth, which I put down to Rh negative blood, because that seems to skip generations, etc. That's the only thing that I've read that they've done. But I'm still learning. I mean, there's still thousands and millions of tablets I've not read.
Because our reproductive system just doesn't make sense. We're the only species that basically we have to care for our kids for like 2 years until they're able to, do stuff by themselves, where other species, nearly all of them, they just pop the baby out, and then after a while the baby just stands up, starts walking, and can eat, can do stuff, We have to care about our kids,
Yeah. No, yeah, that's true. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because also when we look at the female anatomy in the womb and everything, it just doesn't make sense, how the baby is supposed to come out. It is too big for the anatomical system. But then I go and research also about Sasquatch and Bigfoot and everything. And then you see how they're much, much bigger than us, because maybe and I wanted to know your opinion about that they were the branch away civilization from the hominids on which we were experimented on and from which we come out of, from which basically they made the Homo sapiens and then later on the Homo sapiens sapiens.
I really don't think the Bigfoots have anything to do with us. We've got Neanderthal, although we've got missing DNA, because obviously that would be, as you say, the Anunnaki.
We also have like a mixture of Neanderthals, or let's say also Denisovan DNA. We also have a mixture of Homo erectus DNA inside of us.
Yeah,
the DNA that we
we
have,
did breed
not all of us have the same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, we did all breed with everything, and we've got
Yeah, I don't mean us, Sasquatch being part of us as an experimentation from the Anunnaki. I mean them being the natural evolution of the hominid on which the Anunnaki experimented on.
Yeah, I still can't see it. I really can't see it. Because we do have, there's people that take the scat and hair of Bigfoot, etc. And then sometimes you get people, institutions saying, oh, well, they've got a little bit of human DNA in it. So you could then say, well, there you go. But as you probably know, fruit flies have got human DNA in it. Rats,
bananas has
Yeah.
everything.
So it's a tricky one. But the fact that the Bigfoots are not from the continents that the Anunnaki were from, there was never a Bigfoot in South Africa that we're aware of. There was never one in the Middle East that we're aware of. So,
but there is, for example, in Asia, we have, like, especially India, Pakistan, that region, we have a lot of legends of them. We have them in South America. We have them in a few places. We have similar, how do you call it? Let's say myths or legends about them. They're called different names in different areas as well. It's not always the same names. But you never saw anything regarding to that, then, right?
Yeah, I've never connected anything whatsoever. It's not to say I'm right, but I'm just saying I've never connected it, and I,
of course,
personally don't think that the Bigfoots were anything to do with the creation of us in any shape or form. That's just my.
And last thing, dragons.
Dragons, definitely. If you've not watched my video, definitely. But it is a dragon. I went back to the very first words for dragons, and they're all in heaven, and they've got a long tail, some of them 400 miles long, and even the Enuma Elish is talking about a dragon. Even the book of the Mark of the Beast is talking about a dragon. It's a comet. That's why the Chinese dragon is the head and a long tail. It is dragon is a celestial dragon, but some reason or other people have sort of added wings on later on, etc. But it was a comet, 100% comet. That's what they talk about. There is no, they talk about leopards as well in space, which was just an asteroid, and then they talk about vipers, which was a group of, rocks flying through. So once you know how they talk, you can understand that. Right, okay, that's why.
Yeah, because I've done zero research on dragons. That's why.
It really is a comet. That's all it was originally. It was just a comet. Over time, people's used it, as they do. People used all sorts of words for all sorts of things. But yes, it was absolute 100% a comet. I mean, just look at the text. The translation's called Bell and the Dragon, and you'll see that one of the Anunnakis has to go up and try and push it out of the way or fight, as they call it, fight it. But you'll see, yeah. In fact, there was even there's a story where one of the dragons. Hit Earth, which again comet would be more than likely an ice ball. Hit Earth and bled for they call it bleed, but it would have probably melted for years. So yeah, when you realise how they talk, you can understand that.
Yeah, because everything was metaphorical back in the day.
Yeah,
I tell people sometimes, like, imagine someone had how do you call it? Someone comes here and sees like a train, and then
no, I think you've muted it. I don't know if you've done
He's kept. I think he got a phone call or something. But yeah, his time is well past. So I mean, it's a great.
I will leave as well. Thank you very much. Either way, have a nice Sunday.
Thank you, bless you. Thank you so much for your kind words earlier as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your research. See you.
Bless you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. That's lovely. Sorry, what a lovely gent. Sorry. So if anyone wants to come up, do speak now. Forever hold your peace. I'm just going back to the questions if there is any on the live chat. Just kind of scrolling down. Eddie wrote, do you think they had help to build the pyramids? I'm guessing you mean, did the Anunnaki have help? So, if you believe the translations, which I do, from the Moorhens, from the Columbia tablets, it literally tells us Ningazida come up with the idea to build the pyramids, those type of pyramids, not ziggurats, but those type. Because Egypt literally writes down what they had for breakfast, literally writes down all sorts of stuff. They never wrote about pyramids. In fact, there was a guy just 2 days ago on live chat that said there's so much evidence that slaves built the pyramids, and we asked him, and he said he worked with the Egyptian Museum or something, and we said, no worries at all, show us the evidence that slaves worked on the pyramids. And then in the end he got upset and said, your videos are crap. So there's no evidence that humans worked on the pyramids, but we do have the only sort of mention of any pyramids is from the Moorhen translations, as well as the Emerald tablets. They're the only two oldest proper mentions of anything to do with sort of a build of a pyramid. We do have the ziggurats. We have tablets about ziggurats, but they're not the same as a pyramid. The ziggurat was a building that people would live in, as opposed to the pyramids that you know from Giza, which you can't fit someone to live in it for sure. So hopefully that kind of answers the question. Scrolling down while we wait for it, if anyone wants to join up. Nicole's wrote, hello, Our True History. Hello, Nicole. Welcome. I thought I'd do a different live today. So far, we've had two fairly sensible, I mean, I say fairly sensible, I don't mean to sound rude. The first one was, the first gentleman was regarding sort of Jesus, etc., which is a tricky one because obviously there's nothing to double check on Jesus after he was born. But yeah, so I mean, you know, they're both valid people that's come on so far. So that's good. Message wrote, any news on new info on Tala Hiligo's site discoveries? I've not looked at whatever that is, so I cannot tell you. I'm afraid I'm currently doing as much research as I can, and not just research, but looking at outside of the. So I'm doing the research on the Baltic Sea anomaly. So where I do my research, I'm not just looking at, oh, you know, we've got the LiDAR scans of it from those people. I'm looking at what the possibility of it being without water there. So in other words, was it under the ocean? Did it hit the ground and slide prior to you know, ocean being there, or was it after that? And if so, how did it still have the momentum after hitting the ocean to go along, smash into the bottom of the ocean? Thank you, CJ. Smash into the bottom of the ocean, slide along, smash a mountain range, carry on the other side, and then settle. So, so while I'm doing that kind of deep research, I don't look at other things much. So sorry, Messi, but if you want to, I think I follow you back. Yeah, I do follow back. So if you want to remind me, I will add that to my list of things to research, if you don't mind. That'd be great. Avatar's right. I think the Anunnaki use mind control, like how fictional vampires control what with one sees. There is no mention of it at all. They used to use messengers, and they used to physically have to go and talk to people. So my gut feeling is they never used mind control. In fact, they had to put laws and all sorts of things, marker stones, so people wouldn't leave the area. If they had mind control, I can't imagine them needing to do half the things that they did. So I don't think they did. Avatars wrote, to create a narrative that controls humankind. Well, if you read the ancients, just not even the Anunnaki texts, but the ancient Babylonian, Hittites, etc., people were doing whatever they wanted, and you know, getting, you know, in trouble for it. So they certainly weren't being controlled. You know, people were being put to death for simple things. So you know, that's the Sumerians talking, not the Anunnaki talking. So I can't imagine them being mind controlled, because they probably wouldn't have done the things to get themselves killed. Kerry's right. I think they're conflating God to mean something with omni properties. Yeah, I mean they yeah, I totally agree on that one. Message wrote, printing presses were limited, libraries destroyed, all on purpose. I mean, obviously, the Library of Nineveh was destroyed way back before sort of we had these old global elites, and even the Library of Alexander was destroyed. But it wasn't for the New World Order. But again, it was for their own purposes, as Irving Finkel says about the Library of Nineveh. Luckily, it was on clay, because what he said, what happens is when they set fire to the Library of Nineveh, which was the first major huge library ever. Because it was on clay, the tablets hardened, which was even better. However, obviously, many of them got broke to pieces by people going in and smashing them up. But they did also set fire to it. So, but yeah, I mean, each time these places get destroyed, it's for power reasons more than likely from someone. Kerry's wrote, there's more than one set of 10 commandments in the Bible. I'm guessing that was referring back to the person that was talking at the time. Jesus is alive, are aliens real? So that was the person that came up. Avatar wrote, if everyone's soul orb spoke the ancient eternal truth through their avatar bodies together, wouldn't that be nice to actually... I think it will do our head in. I don't think our brains will be able to cope with the knowledge that these orbs have, because they're eternal, so apparently eternal. So I don't think, as big as my brain may or may not be, I don't think I'd be able to cope with the amount of knowledge that orb has. Yeah. It's an interesting point. Messi's wrote Christianity, as Christ with a hyphen, anity. Avatars wrote, way back to divine feminine rule of Ashra tribe, I think. If only women ruled the planet, I think we'd all be far better off, and women can ask men out as well then, without men having to feel bad going up to a woman. Men do struggle with that. Messi's wrote, to limit right coupling magic. Jesus wrote, so if they are innocent, they die and go straight to God. Again, the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible, so they didn't really go anywhere if they died. Coco Bell has wrote, Jesus is on the live. Yes, there we go. And he didn't have the funny accent that sometimes I pretend that Jesus has when Jesus is here with me. Message wrote, sir, you just answered the call and said, how can I help? Yes, I didn't know I didn't know what to say. And of course I identify as a god, so I figured I'll say, how can I help you, my child? Avatars wrote, death is a controlled narrative of fear, I think, simply changing your SIM card orb to a new phone. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Message wrote, Ceres is the largest of these asteroids, considered an exoplanet. Yeah, it's also got water on it as well, which they can't figure out really why it's got water, but obviously if you realise it's part of Tiamat, that was a water planet, and there is water above and below the asteroid belt, in other words, in between it as well, you can understand why Ceres has got water on it. I don't know why they can't grasp that, but thank you, Messi. It's strange, isn't it, how mainstream, either that or they do know and just try and pretend stuff. Coco Bells wrote, I'm 100% believe that we were seeded on this planet by the Anunnaki. Thank you, yeah. If you haven't seen the evidence, if anyone wants to see the evidence that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible, hours and hours worth, you only need 10 minutes to watch, go to my website where it says ourtruehistory.co.uk, scroll down to where it says click here. Once you get to that, it will take you to YouTube. Sit back, watch my dulcet tones, or listen to my dulcet tones. That reminds me of an old joke. Hear, hear, said the deaf man. I see, said the blind man. You can use those. No expense spared. Dr. Umar has wrote, "Hello, sir. What does all your research show about the moon?" So that was what was asked on the live. Message wrote, "Ajiji relates to Titan's offspring, if I'm correct." No, Titans were the ones before. So Titans, you have Anu, Alula, and the previous gods prior to Anu. So most people, well, everyone thinks that, as you know, and I'm not knocking you, but everyone, because of the way that Hesiod and that lot write about them, you assume that it's the Titans are, Zeus and Apollo and all that kind of Poseidon and whatnot. Sorry, Apollo was Roman. You assume that they're also Titans, but they're not. The actual Titans were the gods prior to Anu. Anu going backwards. Not anyone newer, not Enki or Enlil. They weren't Titans. So if you watch my Greek god videos, you'll start working that out. It's quite straightforward and very simple. But of course, people say how. Well, I'm sure people think, how the hell can you outdo Hesiod? He's back then, and you're here now. But the problem is he had one narrative that was given to him, at least 400 years later than some of the last events. So Chinese whispers, telephone game, whatever you want to call it, he's writing down, same as the Bible, writing down what he thinks happened. Whereas I can see Sumerian, Babylonian, which he couldn't do, obviously. We're very lucky. And I can point to all the evidence that matches the proper stories of these Greek gods, which were obviously the Anunnaki. So yes, only the Titans were the older ones, not from Anu backwards, if that helps. Casey Carr has wrote, "What tablets has that info?" I'm not sure what I was referring to at the time for you to mention which particular tablets, but I'm guessing it was to do with Anunnaki. If you're interested, on the documentary that I've done on my website, which proves that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible, I read out every single place those translations are from, and those tablets or those buildings or the scientific evidence or the archaeology or anything that has the evidence. I point to it, because that's why no one's debunked it, because they obviously would have to then debunk thousands of years old tablets, which they can't debunk that, because obviously no one's knocked up millions of tablets and then hid them thousands of years back in the past to try and pretend to us that there's aliens and stuff like that. So if I'm not sure what particular, if it's a particular tablet, let me know. But if it's generally, then I always point to wherever the evidence comes from. Message wrote, "Many stories in mythology of begging for an island to be moved into the heavens." You got me on that one, actually. I'll be honest. I don't recall any stories. I'm not saying there isn't. I'm not being rude like that. I'm just saying I can't recall any. Maybe I didn't really pay attention if I did read about them. So I'll take your word for that. Louisa's wrote, "God is real." You're right. The Anunnaki's race name was gods. Correct. They did come here. They tell us their race name's gods before they even came here, which predates the Bible. So either, look at it this way, either the Bible copied these older tablets, which we've got so much evidence of, or the Anunnaki, which were called gods, that's their race name. The elder ones were Anunnaki, and the younger ones were called Ajiji. So either God says to these beings on the planet Nibiru, "Listen, I'm called God, but I'm going to let you use the name God. I'm going to let you use the name Lord. I'm going to let you use my idea of priests," and so on and so on and so on. Obviously, the Anunnaki had all of those way, way before the Bible. So yes, Anunnaki are real. If you're interested in seeing the evidence they're real, just go to my website, scroll down on the homepage to where it says click here, and you only need 10 minutes. I say this every single time, and Kerry will tell you, no one ever comes back and says, "I watched it." So I guess no one bothers going to watch it, even though the evidence is there. Thank you, Piggleline. Bless you. I'm surprised Kerry's actually helping me out today. I sent her a picture of me and I thought, that's it, I'll never talk to Kerry again. So now Kerry's seen what I look like, so I thought, that's it. I'll just have to stick with the other mods, but luckily Kerry's still with me.
Oh, stop it. When Sir says he's a god, he is. I'll tell you that. But the picture is not available for anybody else, so don't even ask.
Oh, bless you. Thank you for the kind words. I'm not, I only say I'm a god in intellect. I wasn't referring to me as a hunk or anything like that, but that's very kind of you to say. Bless you. Thank you, Piggleline. Saif Al has wrote, they throw in truth to hide lies and manipulation. I totally agree with you. Yeah, I believe that throughout our history they have done that, definitely. Avatar has wrote, energy is unseen in the material realm, but felt. Maybe root of all creation at core is energy. You could be right. I mean, the problem with that is, how did the energy start? We're always, I guess we're always going to be chicken and egg, because our brains, need a, thank you again, Piggleline. Our brains need a top, bottom and two sides to everything. Thank you, Piggleline. Oh, bless you. You don't have to. Thank you. Scroll down. Thank you again, Piggleline. Stop, you're embarrassing me now. Thank you, though. Oh, thank you. Oh, it scrolled to the bloody bottom. Oh, what a shame. I was just about to read the next question. Sorry. If anyone wants to jump up, feel free to do so. Have we scared everyone off, Kerry, with me calling out and asking for evidence when people come out, on these lives and say stuff? I don't know if that's what's happened. Why we're not getting many people. The amount...
It's entirely possible. But I do have a question for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know that when, forgive me if I don't remember the name, Alula, he's the one that is buried on Mars, correct?
According to the Moorhen's translations of the tablets in Colombia, or they were in Liechtenstein originally, but now in Colombia, yes. Okay,
because if I remember correctly in reading that part, it said that he was the first king not buried on Nibiru.
That's correct.
Do you think that means that going forward, that like Enki and, if Enlil's still alive or not, I don't know. But if those kings pass, that they would be sent back to Nibiru to be buried?
It's a very good question. Go number one in the class for that. Logically, I would have said yes, but 400,000 plus years later, after Alula died, we then end up with Enki dying. So I think maybe time passed enough for them not to have to think, oh, let's just send Enki up. Because Samuel Noah Kramer did say that there was a royal he didn't say where, but he said there was a royal, from a translation, a royal burial site. And again, the royals really would have just been Enlil, Enki, Nimna, and then later on, another translation, he said Enki had basically died. So I think it's a really good question, but I think they ended up just burying him here on Earth somewhere. Now, could that have been in Antarctica? For all we know, it could be, but they didn't say. But good question.
Thank you. Do you think that with, Enki and Enlil being the sons of Anu, I know they're in the line of succession, do you think that still holds true, seeing as how they're on Earth? Would it still transfer back to Nibiru, or is their kingship just forgotten about at that point? If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes good. And again, very good question. Got number 2 in the class for that. You saving up these questions, are you, to get 1, 2, and 3 while you're actually live on the chat? So the logic is you got to remember 444,000 years have passed for us, but for Nibiru, if you divide that by 3,600, you'll end up with however many years. So King Anu's time was probably coming up to where he would probably like to retire, I would imagine. So Ninurta, who ruled to some degree here on Earth, which was Enlil's son, so Enlil would be too old to go back. So the logic really is that Ninurta went back to Nibiru to take over the rule of kingship. So there is no way that they wouldn't keep that rule of going, because it benefits the men and it benefits that particular bloodline. So there's no way that King Anu's going to say, oh, let's scrap the rule of succession, because it's going to keep his bloodline going. So yeah, personally, I think Ninurta went back because Ninurta would have been the next here to rule Earth. That's it. So they wouldn't have let Inanna, because she's not, she's a female, sadly. So all the others, Ningazida wouldn't have probably wanted it. So it just left Marduk if Ninurta went back to his home planet, which makes so much sense. Yeah.
Yeah, because I would be curious to know, if say, just putting a theory out there. Let's say that Anu passed away, and if Inky was here on Earth, or even if it was Ninurta, it doesn't matter. Whoever was in charge on Earth, if they were the next in line for the succession of kingship in Nibiru, would they rule both? And how would they do that if they were on Earth?
Yeah, so I think Marduk's got Earth and Ninurta's got Nibiru, personally. Some of the other gods I do think stayed here. Where they are, I don't know. But yeah, so they're good questions. But yeah, I think that's what the logic says, that would, after reading everything that I've ever read about them all, that would be the logical thing for them to do. I think Inanna probably stayed here. I mean, she was Freya in the Norse gods' stories, so she didn't leave, and that was only 3,000 BC, give or take. So yeah, I think they stayed here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No worries. Thank you, Kerry. Do you know what the funny thing is, Kerry? When I do these lives, I get so many where it says guest request, guest request, guest request, guest request. While I'm talking, I'm having to press, cancel, 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 cancel. And yet today I offer the chance and we get nothing. It's crazy, isn't it? I don't know whether it's because the background's not the same or what. I don't know, but
Yeah, I'm not sure. You'd think they'd be taking advantage of it, but I don't know.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Messi's wrote, Mary Mother is not Mama. That's Magdalena. The problem is I don't really look into that, so I can't. You probably know more than me, because there's nothing to double check on that. Messi's wrote, Dionysus was the same. They consumed his power out of greed and fear. Again, more later in the Bible that I don't read because there's nothing for me to double check. Kasake has wrote, so Marduk is the father of Jesus. If you watch my documentary, it's on YouTube. If you watch my documentary, the way if you watch it from start to finish, by the end of it, you'll probably be going, yeah, that makes so much sense. Probably was. So I put as much evidence as in there that I can that would show how Jesus would have came about because of Marduk. Yes. Texas has wrote Amen. So Texas is obviously referring to Marduk because that was his other name. Well done. KCK, as I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. But what that would mean that Marduk is the father of the Elohim. We know the father is Anu. No. Again, Marduk changed everything to monotheism. Again, the Bible, if you know how to read it, mixes a lot of things up. That's why obviously Marduk says don't worship any other gods, because there was other gods, because that's their race name. So yes, the father of the King of Kings is Anu, the father of the gods. Even though he's not technically he's not the father of every single Anunnaki here on Earth, or all the gods. But yes, he was classed as, the King of Kings. So yeah, no, Marduk wasn't the father of the Elohim. Elohim is all of them. Avatars wrote, the gods created human language, writing, so they could control a telepathic species, so they're inheritive in here. I still can't see the Anunnaki using telepathic abilities. There's nothing I've ever read. I hear what you're saying, but I've never read anything like that. They literally had to come down in their chariots to talk to someone. Avatars then wrote, inherit human gifts go dormant when not used, so gods creating other outer languages was a way of control. Well, we do have two lots of evidence that the Tower of Babel existed. One is the Moorhen translations, and two, we actually have a tablet from the Tower of Babel, which was called the Sky Tower. We actually have a tablet that literally tells us Marduk was trying to build this building, which was basically probably, from historians, it was a ziggurat. And of course, if you go back to the Moorhen translations, Enlil didn't like the fact that Marduk was creating this bigger sky tower, and the base was bigger than any other ziggurat here. So that he destroyed it, and then they destroyed it again because later on Marduk carried on building it, and that's when Enlil changed the language. So we kind of have some sort of level of sort of evidence as such on that. Kerry's wrote, there's no contemporary writings about Jesus' life. Yeah, other than the Bible, which is why I can't double check anything correct. And TikTok Shoppers wrote, he who house is water has came. And then wrote, hi all, hope is well. Hi TikTok Shop, hello. He whose water has came. Lucid Dreams wrote, it doesn't prove that it's Jesus. I'm guessing you're saying that the Shroud of Turin, I'm guessing. Yeah, I mean, obviously it doesn't, there's no evidence one way or another that it's Jesus. So when that person said to me, it's Jesus's, and I said, no, there's no evidence of that. And he asked me for the evidence to prove that there's no evidence. I said, well, you would need to prove that it's Jesus, because then I can say that there's no evidence. But there's no evidence that it was Jesus's. I have done a whole deep dive into the Shroud of Turin. In fact, is it in my book? Is it in my latest book? Shroud of Turin, page 172. If anyone wants to buy a book, I've got 3 of them. Blow your mind, page 172. The Shroud of Turin is a linen cloth displaying the faint image of a man front and back, seemingly depicting signs of physical trauma consistent with crucifixion. Measuring approximately 4.4 meters, 14.5. Goes on. Now, here we go. In 1998, radiocarbon dating placed the shroud's origin between 1260 and 1390 CE, supporting the argument that it could be a medieval creation. But you know me with my research, I don't just go by one source, which I could do like that person did earlier. In 2019, Italian scientist Liberto Di Carlo and his team from the Institute of Christologiography in Bari, Italy, conducted a study using a wide-angle X-ray scattering, WAX, to re-evaluate the age of the Shroud of Turin. The finding, published in 2022, but only recently gained wider media coverage, suggests that the shroud could be around 2,000 years old, aligning with the time of when Jesus was believed to have lived. But you know me, I won't just go by 2 lots of research. Feel free to read this. So let me just point out here, if anyone's interested in the Shroud of Turin. However, the study's conclusion rests rest on the assumption that the shroud was stored at a stable condition. See, I freaking check everything. Specifically at an average temperature of around 22 degrees Celsius, and that 55% relative humidity for about 1,300 years prior to its historical appearance. I am good. I don't just... If you want books, guys, that blow your mind, I don't just... So anyway, let me just get to the... You guys want to know what the bottom line is. So let me. Normally, I put a summary at the end of each chapter. A lot of writing on it. Just trying to find something that's interesting. The Shroud of Turin exhibits numerous markings resulting from human blood, fire, water, and the folding of cloth, which particularly obscure the unique double body image of both the front and back. The image remains unreproducible. From everything I've looked at, told you there's always or mostly a summary, I do feel it's fake. The image is so clear with arms, hands and legs, it can't be mistaken for pareidolia. People have been looking at ways to prove Jesus lived. Of course, even if the cloth wasn't fake, there's no sign on it saying this is Jesus. So it's possible it could have been anyone, even a Knights Templar, because we don't have the evidence for who the image is. Regardless if it was real, we will never know who the image is based on. But I did go through like 4, 5, 6, 10 pages with evidence. Thank you, AFK. If you're interested in these books, which cover so many subjects, 15 chapters in each book on all sorts of things. This particular one that's got the Shroud of Turin, which goes through so much more than what I've just read. It's got Area 51, Chapter 1, carvings, alien carvings in another chapter, changes in the Bible, another chapter, Greek myths, different greys, Grand Canyon, Egypt, ancient Egypt, memory white, out of time objects, poltergeist, reincarnation, Shroud of Turin, Space Force, Stonehenge, Venus, which mainstream have just come out and said something about Venus, which I did a little TikTok before saying, yeah, already done it in my book before the mainstream even worked it out. And Crystal Skulls. That's just one book. If you're interested, type in on Amazon. Our Untold History. Our Untold History. Yes, I could have had that as the name in the background there, but it's not. That's for the books. Our Untold History. 3 different books, blow your mind, each one covering subjects, and I do thorough research, as you probably can tell. SJ has wrote Looking Glass. Sorry. I'm guessing you're talking about Project Looking Glass. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, Project Looking Glass, the American military. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. TikTok Shops wrote the Bible is all about ones sent from Anu. Well, originally, the original word for Anu, believe it or not, was actually space, stroke heaven, if you go by their version of the translation of the word space. So Anu, right back, there was another Anunnaki, another god called Anu, way back. In fact, Anu was the very first god to join the 2 factions of Nibiru. But Anu was also known as heaven, and it was also known as Uranus and Orogonio, however you pronounce that. Nick Linus wrote, "This is brilliant. I find this so fascinating. Thank you for all your videos, my friend." Oh, well, thank you. I don't recall seeing your name, but if you've been watching my videos and my documentaries, etc., and even these live chats, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Avatar's right. I always find it interesting how Marduk's human wife is so played down, just like Ashra, matriarchy. Yeah, as much as they didn't force the women to do, wear burqas or anything like that, they still weren't. They still played second fiddle, which is a shame. It's really sad. I would love an alien race to have had equal. Because women, they've got their skills. We've got our skills, men, and if we combine them, then the better for it. But unfortunately, it seems to be a male-dominated society that they had, which is very sad. S Jaman has wrote thanks. No worries at all. Or if that's for me, I don't know if that is. TikTok Shops wrote yes. Eridu, Akkad, Kush, Kish, Mesoamerica, Aztec. You said a lot of names there. Obviously, Eridu was in the Middle East, not Mesoamerica, but so I'm a bit unsure what you're saying. So I'm not gonna. Scrolling down. Can't believe people don't want to come up. I mean, can you read it in the background, Kerry? Is it readable? Have I made it too high or something?
You might bring it down just a little bit. Covered up some of the stuff.
I'll do it next time, but I can't on this phone. If I was using my other phone, for some reason or other, I can bring it down. I don't know why I can't.
Yeah, that's just the way it's showing up on my phone. On my tablet, it's clear as day. So.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Oh, I can now swipe to the right. Yay! And I can read it bigger now. Thank you. Oh wow! I've got back the bigger things now. Avatars wrote transcendence is being able to research, study all past, and feel truth inherently. And then wrote no separation, just stories of creation versus religious manipulation of control of narratives. Zardude has good morning, interesting content. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very nice of you to say. What I was thinking just the other day was how many of these other researchers, the Graham Hancocks, the Giorgio Telokas, the Billy Carsons, you name it, all of those that's on Ancient Aliens, how many of them could sit and do a 6-hour live without getting caught out? I don't think any of them. TikTok Shops wrote this information is quite a lot. Yeah. We're only just talking about small bits here. I've got thousands of videos covering all sorts of subjects. S. Jaman has wrote Lana IKEA. I don't know what that is. It sounds very much like IKEA. Sorry. TikTok Shop has wrote Kingu could also be a cluster. If you read, I mean, it's clear as day. Literally, it was the you just have to type in Enuma Elish and then search the word Kingu, and when you first see it, you'll see that Tiamat's it uses a word. I don't know what the word was, but it basically means foremost moon, which would be Kingu, and it says Kingu. So it's not really a cluster; it's literally a single object. Really does say that. TikTok Shops wrote before there was gods, there were goddesses. So the deities, Tiamat was female. Though the Anunnaki describes the planets as male and female. They gender them. Funny, there's only two genders on anyway. So technically, I mean, what Absu is, which is a sun, I don't know whether they gendered that. They didn't really say that was a male or female. My guess is they would have put it down as a male, which came before Tiamat, which was female. So technically, Rock Honors wrote, "Are comments to being filtered? Only if you type something that TikTok doesn't like, it will block it and remove the comment." Real Truthers wrote, "The Earth is 4.6 billion years old. The universe is 13 billion years old." Yeah. So well, we assume it is. I mean, the amount of times mainstream keep changing the dates, but yeah, that's because Tiamat was here before Earth was. So for all we know, and again, it was Tiamat which is now part Earth, was formed from the water. So it doesn't necessarily have to be that as soon as the universe was formed, therefore every single planet has to be formed at that moment in time. So we can understand that over a long period of time, it may have took some time for Tiamat to be created. So then it created Venus and Mars. So we can probably roll back Tiamat being older than 4.6 billion years. Or Tiamat was 4.6 billion years old. Sorry, yeah. So Tiamat could be 4.6 billion years old, and Earth, even though it's in its position now, we're measuring it thinking that Earth was here in this position 4.6 billion years ago, but no, it wouldn't have been. It would have been in between Jupiter and Mars. So we don't know the time frame between Tiamat being created and then breaking up to become Earth. So we're going by the time that Tiamat would have been formed, not the time that Earth was placed here. Messi's put my web address, ourtruehistory.co.uk. Thank you, Messi. Bless you. Thank you very much. Avatars wrote the moon god is known as Sin. Yeah, that technically Sin is a title. So there was many sins, but a lot of people mostly know Nana, Nana, Nana as the moon god, which was known as Sin, but Sin was a title. SJ has wrote Eric von Doniken. Yeah, I not really a question, so I don't really know how to say anything on that. TikTok shoppers wrote, yeah, Nana Sin is the moon deity. The moon is just a symbol for polarity. And then wrote, there is even women's deities that are moon representatives. Well, the moon's split into the moon was actually split into four. So you have quarter moon, half moon, full moon, 3/4 moon, and each one of those had a different deity for it. So it wasn't just the moon; it was actually split into four pieces, and each one of them had a different Anunnaki god, deity, whatever you want to call them. Doris has wrote, as if a civilization infinitely more capable than ours would be like, do you think they saw us? Doris has been blocked. I was interested to see whether Doris was being sensible there or trying to be funny. Let me read that again. As if a civilization infinitely more capable than ours. So you've assumed that they're infinitely more incapable, whereas my research leads me to that we're only 300 years behind where they are now. 300 of our years will be up with them, because don't forget, 300 of our years is what, probably a month, 2, 3, 4 months of theirs. So if that, so yeah, we will catch up with them in 300 years for sure, in my opinion. So Doris has assumed that, as I'll read it again, as if a civilization infinitely more capable. Well, the problem with infinitely is you kind of really need to be able to back that up, because obviously infinite continue, it doesn't end. But anyway, let's carry on reading it. The nows would be like, do you think they saw us? Sounds like that joke with the dinosaur, doesn't it? What do you call a blind dinosaur? Do you think he saw us? So I don't know what Doris was referring to there. TikTok Shops wrote, there is moon gods, sun gods, even water gods, love gods of war, gods, happy gods. Yeah, spot on. All the Anunnaki, all the gods were, there was a god of summer, god of rain, god of winter, god of harvest, god of, you name it. There was pretty much a god covering it. Doris has wrote, that figure is incorrect. I would love to have known what you was referring to there, because anyone that says I'm incorrect, I would like to be able to respond to. Now, what Doris has done is not given me the correct figure of whatever it was I was talking about at whatever point in time that was, which leads me to the conclusion that Doris doesn't actually have the evidence. You don't just say that's incorrect. You say, I would certainly say, you're wrong because that's just how I work, I guess. Because I like to go by evidence. TikTok Shops wrote, but even the word God is limitation. Well, that's their race name, so we kind of have to go with what they were called. Doris has wrote, where did you get 70% from, fella? I don't remember saying 70%, so it may have been the guy that was on the chat at the time. I think it might have been the doctor when he was talking about Neanderthal DNA. As far as I'm aware, we've only got a small percentage, and thank you, Dorina. We've only got a small percentage of DNA, and he did say we've got a larger percentage, but I didn't want to cut him off and say no, we haven't got that larger percentage. So I don't know if that's what Doris is referring to. Jane had asked Doris, do you have evidence to prove it's incorrect? And Doris has wrote yes, and then James wrote, please provide the evidence. Let's see if Doris did. Avatars wrote, there are also many species of cats, dogs, bears. Why not humans? RH negative. Why not humans? I don't know what that was referring to. This, I'll read it again, but I don't know if I'll be able to figure that one out. There are many species of cats, dogs, bears. Why not humans? RH negative. I'm guessing you're saying why don't they have RH negative? Because we seem to be injected with it. TikTok Shoppers wrote, yes, that is true, like types, all linking back to one. Gia's wrote, Epic of Gilgamesh is about the Nephilims and the flood story. No, it's not actually. Don't hate me. I know you don't follow me and you've got a religious sign there, but no, you've obviously not read the Epic of Gilgamesh correctly. It does talk about the flood, but that's at the end part of the story, really. And when you said it talks about the Nephilim were the giants, and it talks about Gilgamesh, who was about 16.5 foot, and it talks about Enkidu, but they're not Nephilim. In fact, Gilgamesh was a king, so certainly not a Nephilim. So this is the problem with religious people, because you've got a little religious sign there. And I don't mean to sound rude, but religious people don't really research. They really don't. I mean, that's why I like Dan McLaren, because he actually tells it as it is. And religious people argue with him when he's pointing out, silly things where religious people just make up stuff. And Dan, that's why I like Dan. That's why I don't want to put that video out where I debunk him. It's on Patreon if anyone wants to see it. But I like him, and religious people just regurgitate what they've been forced to believe, as opposed to actually research, and it's quite shocking. Again, not being rude to religious people, but let's be honest, you guys don't know how to research, because if you did, you would go, wow, didn't realize there was ancient tablets that predate the Bible that, Enki said, let this day be a day of rest. Didn't know that Enki told Noah to build the ark. The list just goes on. Avatars wrote, encompassing all that is one embodied within material realms, eternal isless within the avatar body. Avatar has got such a way with words. I wish I could read it like Morgan Freeman or Patrick Stewart, because I think I'd just so do it disjustice. TikTok Shoppers wrote genealogy. Avatars wrote the unseen creator, perhaps the Anunnaki mentioned. They did. Thank you, Snuggles. Oh, bless you. Thank you, Snuggles. Yeah, the Anunnaki did mention an unseen creator of everything, but again, I always point out that we've got 4,000 religions right now. Every single one of them's wrong, so it's totally possible the Anunnaki thought, wow, someone must have created this universe just as these 4,000 religions do, and may have just thought that. Smudgy has wrote Egyptian worshipped cats. They did. They also... I don't know whether they worshipped, but they I think they might have worshipped them. scarab beetles as well. They even mummified scarab beetles, believe it or not. TikTok shop was right. Yes, because cats are special. I'm looking at my cats now, licking themselves. Well, my daughter's cats. TikTok shoppers wrote they basically mentors for Earth. Giz wrote, what was in those Anunnaki bags? So it's a good question. Thank you for asking. I'm glad you've asked a sensible question without sounding rude. So if you watch my videos on the Anunnaki, they actually do say they had bags. Not one carving of them has a pocket, which is really weird, but they obviously didn't come up with the idea of pockets. So in the Oxford University translations of Sumerian tablets, just type in bag, and it says Enki's got his leather bag. Inanna's walking with her leather bag. They've got bags, so they're carrying stuff. They do have ointment and probably medical things in there and all sorts of bits and pieces, but they literally carried bags. You could probably, if you want to do a deep dive on what they had in the bags, you could probably find them saying in their bag they had. I've not done that much of a deep dive. I know they have bags, and I know they don't have pockets. So the logic is that it's just a bag for them to carry. Whether it's the pine cone thing, whether it's some other object, whether it's keys to their spaceship, I don't know. But it is just a bag. There's one in Cairo Museum, exactly the same. So we kind of know it's a bag. Avatars wrote, laugh out loud, the truth about cats and dogs. Yeah, maybe the Anunnaki created cats to. Thank you, Jazz, to annoy dogs. Smudges wrote, oh, for sure. Giz wrote, RH negative blood. Have you looked into that? I have. Very good question again. Yeah, I have. And so I've done 2 videos. So I'm going to apologise to you because it seems like you and maybe not one of those people that I thought you was. So I'm going to be man enough and say I'm so sorry that what the things I said earlier. But you are asking sensible questions now, which is great. So yes, I've done 2 videos on deep dives on RH negative blood. So the first video is called Anunnaki RH negative blood, which absolutely everything suggests, time frames, everything, that when the Anunnaki physically bred with the Homo sapiens that they'd already created 200,000 years prior, that's when we first get the first glimpse of RH negative blood, when we get pale skin in humans, etc. Thank you, Jazz. And that's probably when we get red hair as well, because I think my personal gut feeling is Marduk had red hair. Anyway, but then I did another video where it's called Anunnaki created us twice, when they talk about creating us a second time after the Great Flood, where they created what they called the black-headed people. It looks like they deliberately injected us with RH negative blood to make sure, because obviously, back when they bred with us, obviously there were still Homo sapiens breeding with each other, and then sometimes they would breed with Homo sapiens sapiens, which was obviously the offspring of the Anunnaki, and obviously not all the time their blood would come through. As we know now, their blood, RH negative blood, isn't something that is continuous. It sometimes skips many generations before popping back in. But the second video, called Anunnaki created us twice, absolutely. I mean, there's no, other than them saying it literally word for word, they literally, everything that they say about reducing our lifespan and how they're going to make the womb barren every so often because of population, and that the woman won't have a baby or die. We know they were referring to dying because they were talking about Lamash 2, which is a virus. Not a virus, it's a demon that people later on have called a demon, but it's not a demon because it was just a thing that would happen to the baby. So Lamash 2 was basically if you have a baby that's stillborn or dies in the womb, then it was Lamash 2 that took it, basically took the life out of it, which obviously we don't have a demon now that comes around and steals babies from people. So obviously it was a bad thing that happened. So anyway, TikTok shoppers, anyone that has a pet cat, you're lucky. Not so much. That my rug needs bloody sweeping every single day. TikTok shops, you are very protected. I wish that were true. Mrs. wrote, I'm RH negative. If you're interested in looking at the video, they're on my website. Thousands of documentaries covering all sorts of things. I'm surprised no one's asked them to come up. I'm so surprised. Smudgy has wrote, I have 2 cats and a dog. I bet the cats rule the dog. Doris has wrote, I love conspiracy theorists and religious nuts. They're so cute when they try to reason their BS. So in other words, I can see why someone blocked Doris. So Doris is thinking that where we're conspiracy theorists, you do realise, Doris, if you're still listening, one of us is slightly smarter than the other because, for example, Watergate, you're old enough, I'm looking at the picture, you're old enough to know what Watergate was. That was a conspiracy theory. Oh, was it? Yeah, it was. It was actually down. People were called nuts. Oh, what, like I've just done? Yeah, one of us is nuts, Doris, and it's not me. I'll let the audience figure out which one it is. Oh, yes, that was the Watergate was the American presidency thing that was all conspiracy, but until they realised it was true. Yes, Doris. So conspiracies can come true. So when you say that I'm a nut, you're right, aren't you? Yes, Doris, you're the nut. That's why some moderator blocked you for being stupid. No, people chatting to each other. TikTok has wrote, even dogs as well are value. Let's not forget about our dogs now. I am more of a dog person. However, my daughter bought a Mancoon, a baby puppy kitten Mancoon, who's now probably 9 months old. Big bloody cat, but very intelligent. It plays the piano and everything, or wooden piano for cats. Really intelligent. So, whereas the other cat, you offer it food and it just stares at you. This one, really intelligent. So I've never had a cat so intelligent. It's really nice. It's reading my second book at the moment. That's how intelligent it is. S. German has wrote, not end of world, new Cancius. I don't know what that means, sorry. Doris, the nut, has wrote, seem to have struck a nerve with a few conspiracy theorists there, so they know what they are. Yeah, Doris, not the sharpest. I like to look at the pictures of these people. You look like you passed your sell-by date. Sorry, I don't mean to sound rude. Yes, I do. So you come on here calling us nuts, and you're the one that's sort of backfired on. Sorry, Doris. Cheers wrote, according to the Anunnaki, the halls of Thoth are under the pyramids. The halls of Amente are under the... Well, possibly under the pyramids. Halls of Amente, not halls of Thoth. Thoth was the person that was writing about that. But I can see you're trying. So, again, I really appreciate that. Whereas I was kind of offish to you at the beginning because of your first comment, but you've redeemed yourself. You have been doing some research, so again, I'll apologise again. If only the people that lie to me all the time, where I catch them out, would actually just be more like me and just say, hands up, I was wrong. Like the guy the other day that said he's got evidence that slaves built the pyramids. If only when he got busted, could he have put, instead of saying at the end, which I said it'd be rude, instead of saying, something rude, which he did, he said, your videos are crap, instead of telling us because we asked him for the evidence. Anyway, if only people could do what I do and just admit when they're wrong. I have an ego, but I will still admit when I'm wrong.
Sir, we have a guest and a guest request if you want to.
Oh, right, okay, sorry, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know. Thank you, yeah.
It just came in. Hold on a sec.
Sorry to those that I haven't read your questions out yet. We'll see. It looks like Chris. Hello, Chris.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Yeah, not too bad. How can I entertain you or help you or talk to you?
I was just kind of curious to pick your brain for a little bit. I'm really interested in kind of that old section of history. I've done a lot of research into epics of Gilgamesh, Book of Enoch, Book of Jubilees, kind of that whole timeline of things. So I was just kind of curious to understand your point of view.
Brilliant. Have you watched any? Do you know about me at all, or is this the
I
first time?
haven't. I was just scrolling in the For You and I saw you.
No worries at all. Okay, yeah, so just to give you a bit of background, I've been doing this 40 years, solved many things. I know it sounds big-headed, but if you watch the videos with the evidence, you'll see. And I have debunked pretty much every other, Syriologist, Egyptologist, archaeologist, you name it, I've with evidence. So I'm not saying that to be big, I'm just giving you some background as to that I have been really putting the effort in.
Yeah.
So yeah, what would you like to chat about?
So we'll just start. I guess one of my big questions I'll first ask, are you aligned with the Bible at all? I mean, do you kind of use that for your references as to who these beings are?
So certainly the Old Testament, but
Okay.
what I do is I go back to the original Hebrew. So the Hebrew words can actually mean different things, not what's just been told in, King James Version, for example. So I go back to the very first Hebrew words where I can actually see what they're actually, is there another version that could be retold using evidence that can be backed up? So Genesis 1 really talks about planets being formed as opposed to God creating heaven, or as Young's even literal translation says, God's preparing. It's actually planets forming, which I look into, can the waters mingling, cause planets to create? And yes, mainstream seeing a solar system where planets are now being formed from what they call heavy water. So yeah, I do look at the Bible, but I don't take the Bible as gospel. I actually to go back to the very original.
Yeah. So, but you do believe in God, though?
I believe in the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki are called gods, so we have so much evidence that the Anunnaki were called gods even before they even came to Earth. So the gods in the Bible are the Anunnaki.
Yeah. Do you believe in Yahweh, though? Do you believe in the Creator?
Well, no, Yahweh wasn't the creator. Again, there was no Yahweh's name actually came along 3,000 years ago, whereas the creator of if you believe the Bible version as opposed to what actually really happened, Yahweh wasn't mentioned in Genesis.
He was mentioned. I mean, he was mentioned as the Elohim, as I don't know if I pronounced that right, in the very beginning, in the initial Hebrew translation. But I forget what the exact verse is. I think it's like Genesis 2:28 or something. But it elaborates on the fact that the Elohim that was referred to in the beginning is actually Yahweh, and he gives the name of Yahweh as that Elohim that's referred to in the beginning of Genesis in that initial translation.
Unfortunately, if you actually go back to the original Hebrew, you'll see that it means the word Elohim / Lord. Now, what happens there is the people that wrote the Bible have then stuck in the word Yahweh. I've gone through all of this, trust me. I've rewritten a new book going through all of this. So what you're seeing is what they want you to see. Sorry.
But, I mean, to be fair, they don't want me to see that. I mean, the information that I've had to dig into to get to that level of understanding has been something that's been completely removed from us. So I'll ask you then. I don't want to argue at all. I just like to hear. You sound very knowledgeable about this, so I'll take your opinions and I'll take your knowledge and I'll hear it out. Can I ask, who do you think that being was? That is, because I mean, if you're going to take the Old Testament, you're going to take Scripture. I'm sure you've read Book of Enoch, and I'm sure you've read Book of Jubilees as pieces of your information towards that look of who these Anunnaki were and who these Nephilim are, then you have to take into consideration that those texts are leading to a higher power as well. They're saying that higher power is what started it all. We cast out the 1/3, which was Satan and them. Then he sent his 200 watchers down. The 200 watchers lusted over the women. Then obviously the giants came along. We had that whole timeline. Then if we read the Book of Jubilees, we find out that after Noah's Ark, there was 1/10 of those spirits that were left over, which is those giant spirits, and God allows them. He says, yes, these are allowed to stay, and they're allowed to, infiltrate. And those are those beings that I feel are those Anunnaki beings that go ahead and start infiltrating all these civilizations, and they start requiring worship from them. But that whole story aligns up with me after reading all three of those texts. So I'll understand your contradiction to that now.
No worries. So the 200 sons of God, as you probably know them as,
Yeah.
that took unto them the daughters of man. We actually have translations from tablets in Columbia University, owned by the Rothschilds, 13 Sumerian tablets.
Yep.
And in those 13 tablets, it literally tells us that the Ajiji, which means watchers, which is the younger Anunnaki, were on Mars on what they called Lachmu, and they were on as an away station. And when Marduk was about to get married to the very first female human, Marduk invited them down, and it goes through it all. It tells you the names of, I can't remember.
Sorry, can I interrupt you real quick? What is this text?
So look at the Moorhen translations of the tablets in Columbia University. They have numbers, MC, whatever the
Would this be
remaining.
like what was found with like the book of Gilgamesh or the epics of Gilgamesh, like those
No,
tablets that are talked about?
No, these are 13 tablets that so basically the end of coming up to the end of sort of 3,000 years ago, Enki gets a human scribe, and says, right, we need to write down everything that happened. Although there was older tablets than this is something that Enki wanted to do. He wanted to write down everything that happened as best as he could. So he said to the scribe, and this is in those 13 tablets, and on tablet 13, so it tells you what happened at the end. So he says, this is what I done, and this is what you've just read. So he gets this scribe, and he says, right, for 40 days and 40 days you're going to fast, and you're going to write down everything that I tell you. So he goes through the whole process of explaining what the Anunnaki did. Like, for example, we had tablets here called Eridu Genesis, where Enki says, on the seventh day, let this...
Would Enki be Moses?
No, Enki would be the father who art in space. Heaven is space.
Okay.
We know that because even if you know the Bible, you'll say, well, hang on a minute, the Bible says in heaven we can see the sun, the moon, and the stars, which clearly we can't see heaven. But if you go back to the Sumerian tablets, you'll see that heaven is space. They had to cross. So in tablets, in the same tablets, they actually tell us that they went past planets. When they was coming in, they told us about the asteroid belt, which we only found out about 200 years ago. But Enki is the one that created us. We've got a tablet called Enki and Nimrod. I don't know if you want to write that down.
Yeah,
Enki.
I'm a little bit familiar with Nimrod's story.
It's Enki and Nimrod, not Nimrod. Enki and
Okay.
Nimrod. So this is a Babylonian tablet that predates the Bible, where Enki's mother suggests to him that you can basically create a new species to help the Igigi do the workload for help carry the baskets for them, because they were mining here. We do have evidence of ancient.
Can I interrupt you real quick? So I just want to throw my point of view out there real quick. So this is the same thing that happened though in the Book of Enoch. We can't trust what these beings are telling. Their main job was to come down and to scatter humanity's mind. It speaks of that in the Book of Enoch. They came down and they told people, Yahweh isn't real, worship us, do this, we'll teach you the real secrets of everything. So I'm sure they did tell that to the Sumerian people, because their main goal is to throw people's idea off of the creator of Yahweh. This whole battle
No,
is
so let me explain. Yahweh came along 3000 BC, and Yahweh was...
Who are they talking about in Genesis then? Who is
Marduk.
that?
So right, okay, so in Genesis 1, if you watch my video called Alien Bible, you'll see that Genesis 1 is actually a mixture of 3 different time zones. You've got to remember the Bible so although we've got older texts, none of those older texts and stories had dates on them. So when Genesis was written, it talks about the formation of the solar system. Go look at the British Museum tablets called Enuma Elish, and you'll see it's the same as Genesis. But So Genesis talks about the start of the solar system with the planets forming. Waters mingled, which is exactly what we've got evidence now that happens. And then it jumps in with something that happened 4.6 billion years later, which is when the Anunnaki arrived here. And for the first 6 days, they separated the waters. They put a luminary up in the sky, so a sun of some description or a light. So the Bible in Genesis has actually mixed the tablets or the stories. We have the tablets. Go look at Eridu Genesis. And on the 7th day, Enki had finished his teachings to the other 50 other Anunnaki of how to separate the waters from the waters. It says that. How to pin in the animals, how to collect the rainwater, all that kind of stuff. All the stuff that's in the first 6 days. And then on the 7th day, it says Enki's finished doing his teachings. This will now be a day of rest. So we actually have that. So Genesis gets those two mixed up. Now there's a third one it mixes up when it talks about Adam and Eve. So the Anunnaki then created us around 300,000 years ago. Again, look at the tablet Enki and Nimna. I defy anyone to say, oh, they knew genetics back then. I mean, literally, it's talking about genetically modifying a species. I mean, it's ridiculous that if anyone, not you, I'm just saying it's ridiculous if anyone thinks that someone could come up with that thousands and thousands of years ago to come up with the idea of genetic. Anyway, so they genetically modified us, which is why we've got fused chromosomes, which is why we've got a missing link from Neanderthal.
Yeah.
And so that wasn't Adam and Eve. That was Adamu and Tiamat. So again, going back to the Moorhen translations of the tablets in Columbia University, that was, they called them Adamu, which was first earthling, human, however you want to translate that one. And Tiamat was a female. They couldn't breed. Tiamat, which they named her after the planet that broke up, which is now part Earth. So Tiamat couldn't breed. So Ningazida, which was one of the sons of Enki, took something from Enki's rib. Again, all in these tablets that predate the Bible.
Yeah.
Take something from Nimna, which was Enki's half-sister's rib, injected it into both Adamu and Tiamat, which you'll know as Lilith, and then they could breed. Then what they done, this is what the kicker is, they took her blood, because now that they could breed, and they created 7 more males and 7 more females, which is why we have what they call the 7 goddesses, mother goddesses. But what the kicker is mainstream say that we all come from one mitochondrial DNA, which is impossible. Humans, there's no way, or Homo sapiens shouldn't come from one mitochondrial DNA. And we've got a tablet telling us that they use the blood to recreate the others. So that's just a snippet of.
I'm really, really, really happy that I came in here. You answered a question that I've been kind of looking for a long time now. I'm still going to say, I mean, I still do contradict that claim because the Book of Jubilees answers that for me, but you just answered the timeline that I was looking for, a little space of time where I was looking for more evidence and more text to back that up. I've gone over the Book of Gilgamesh, but I haven't gone into those tablets, and I think that's kind of the missing key that I was looking for here to kind of continue my research. My main point, though, and my main idea behind this is I understand what point you're trying to make. I guess my just main interpretation is that it all aligns because in my mind, have you read Book of Jubilees?
Many, many years ago.
Okay. So, I mean, I just read Book of Jubilees in the last couple weeks, and so this is all pretty surface information for me, but it lays out exactly that timeline that we're talking about right here. Before the rise of those Anunnaki and those Sumerian civilization, we're given that timeline right there in the Book of Jubilees. Right after Noah, it talks about where all of his sons go, and it talks about how those spirits infiltrate them, and it talks about how the main purpose of those spirits is to disassemble their belief for God. Of course they're going to come in and corrupt them, and I'm sure they did all of those things that you just said. I'm sure they removed the chromosome and they edited the genealogy because that's what their main purpose was. That's what they were supposed to do, and it directly lays that out for us in the Book of Jubilees. So I don't know about the contradicting claim of who you think Yahweh is. But I mean, as
Oh,
far as
sorry.
that,
Shall I let you know who Yahweh is? So each of the Anunnaki were called gods. That's their race name. All you have to do is look at the tablet called Kingship of Heaven, or just go to Oxford University, where the translations are for Sumerian, and just type in God, and you'll see they're called gods. There's no, or watch my amazing 8-hour video where I prove the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible. But they were all called gods, and each god, over time, ended up having people, humans, under them in their areas. That's why you've got the god of Babylon. You've got
can we admit that from the research that you've done, these beings are, let's use basic, not God or anything that we've been told, basic human morals. Can we tell that these beings have done a lot more wrong, and they've pushed humanity in a lot more of a wrong place than if they hadn't come along? Granted, they've given us these information and they've taught us how to do certain things, but can you admit that they've pushed us into a point where humanity has become more brain dead? Nobody knows what's going on. Our food is poisoned. Everything is corrupt. These beings aren't good. And that's my contradicting claim, is that your idea is that there is no good guy. These are the things that are controlling us. These are the things that have come and infiltrated us. They're the gods. I can't have that belief. I know that there is a higher power, Yahweh above, who has allowed all of this to happen. It's been a major seed battle this entire time. It's been the war of good and evil, and he's allowed for evil to continue to test us over and over again. I just can't throw that belief out, though, that
would you be interested in seeing the evidence that the son of Marduk, the son of Enki was called Marduk, one of the sons, and he was the one that ended up becoming Yahweh about 3000 BC. Would you be interested in seeing the evidence that the Most High, which was El, you do realize the God in the Bible sits down 20 times, whereas on a lapis lazuli throne, and we do have evidence that Enlil, before he gave over the rank of Most High to Marduk, he also had a lapis lazuli throne. And anyway, so Marduk is Yahweh, who changed everything to monotheism. That's why you now have, from previous plural gods, in their image, in their likeness.
But that's according to the tablets. That's not according to the Bible.
No,
that's according to what they said.
Sorry. Okay, you do realize there's 144 inconsistencies in the Bible. So if you go and say that the Bible is 100% correct, then
I know it's not. But I mean, what I'm saying is that my timeline and the Book of Jubilees is contradicting your claim. What you're saying, and I completely get it. I understand that the Sumerian tablets and the Book of Gilgamesh is older than any Bible text that we have, any scripture that we have. I understand what you're saying. But I'm saying that the text that surfaced later, the Book of Jubilees, that gives that timeline right there. So now we have to decide, is Book of Jubilees credible? If the Book of Jubilees is credible and it's telling us the right information, then that tells us exactly what they're doing in Sumeria. It tells us their entire plan that they're laying out, how to disrupt humanity, how to tell them, we are the gods, we created you guys, worship us, don't worship Yahweh. It tells you how they're going to do all of that. So we have to, again, I know Book of Jubilees, we don't have a text that's older than the Sumerian tablets, but it claims to have knowledge from around that time. It's claimed to being a book of a divine figure who witnessed all of this unfolding. So if we take that into consideration, again, we have two options. We can accept the Book of Jubilees, which will allow us to align with Yahweh, and it'll allow us to align with the Bible and the Old Testament and the source of a higher creator, or we can align with the Sumerian tablets, which again,
but there's no evidence of a higher creator.
But again, that's where I'm explaining. It's going to come into your belief. If you want to take in that older text because it's older than anything.
No, we've got the evidence of everything that. So let me ask you a question, because Yahweh didn't come in until 3000 BC. But let's pretend. I don't mean some rude, but let's go with your. So you're saying that Yahweh told Noah to build the ark. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you do know that.
Okay, actually, no. I know there's four, like, I don't know if they're archangels, or I don't know what beings they were, but they came and they cast Enoch up, and then we learn about the Book of Dreams throughout Enoch and the animal apocalypse. He spells out how Noah is going to be prophesized. I don't remember exactly word for word how Noah came to the knowledge, but we know the story right there. It's laid out for us.
Right. If I told you that we've got a tablet in the British Museum that predates, obviously, the Bible,
and it's gonna claim a story of a different flood, and I get it. Look into all the different civilizations, all the ancient 40 civilizations. Every civilization had a different.
Seem to be missing a lot of the evidence that points to something, and just try. So, for example, Enki, which was our father who art in space, he tells Noah in this tablet to build the ark. He tells us how big the ark is. He tells us that it's a coracle shape. He tells us why he needs to build it. He tells everything to Noah. In fact, the Epic of Gilgamesh backs that up. And also Penn Museum's also got another tablet where it says exactly the same thing. But why does he tell Noah? His original name was Ziusudra. Why does he tell that one? Why does Enki, or your god, after deciding to flood us? So we actually have the tablets, again, called Atrahasis, where Enlil says, okay, the planet Nibiru is coming back round. The net force of it's going to create an ice shelf that will slide off of Antarctica into the ocean and create a great flood. Oxford University has agreed that that's exactly what happened. Admiral Byrd has said there's a size of America which equals the same size of the amount of water that would have then flooded the planet. It's come off. So we've got all of that, and do you know why Enki told Ziusudra, Noah? Because Enki was his father, and you're going to say, no, it's not. If you've read the Book of Enoch, you know that Lamech comes back and was shocked to hell that and he even quizzes Batanash and says, who's this child? Why is he blonde and pale skinned, etc.? Have you been cheating with me with Ajiji? That's in the Moorhen translations. She says, no, I haven't been cheating with you with the Ajiji. So it was actually Enki, if you go by the Moorhen translations, that bred or had relationships with Banash while he sent Lamech away. Now you're going to say, hang on a minute, the word begat.
Let me ask you a contradicting claim.
So you see my point. There's lots.
I see exactly your point. I'm gonna try and prove my point. Do you think that the Sumerians were the only civilization that the Anunnaki came to?
They didn't come.
Just yes or no. Yes or no. Do you think the Anunnaki were the only civilization? Because I have 40 civilizations right now that I can lay out for you that claimed that there were higher beings that came down and gave them knowledge. Now, what my claim is going to be right now is these Anunnaki, which I know they are real. I know who they are. I know what their beings are. I know the spirits. They came and they infiltrated multiple civilizations. You're not going to sit here and say, because I know your claim, that they only came to the Sumerian civilization.
No, I didn't. Why? No, sorry, you missed. They created us. They tell us they created us. We've got the fused chromosomes done in a lab. They tell us they put us to work over in South Africa. Mainstream agrees the very first Homo sapien came from.
So you're saying the Sumerians were the very first one that they infiltrated?
So unfortunately, I think you right. Okay, so let me explain it again. I'm not asking
for the explanation. What my question is that just yes or no for this. Do you think the Anunnaki made themselves known before multiple civilizations?
No, because there was no multiple civilizations here. They created us. There was no multiple civilizations here. 300,000 or 444,000 years ago when they first came here, there was Homo erectus.
That's what I'm saying. So that claim contradicts to my claim, because the Book of Jubilees specifically states that these spirits are going to go all over the world, and we have proof, the same statues, the same worships,
tell me the time frame. The problem is you're going by something that you're just picking that's going to be right at the beginning. Give me the time frame. Where does it say the time in the Book of Jubilees? At what time period? Because the Anunnaki.
I believe it's Jubilees 8, and once you get to Jubilees 8, you're going to start reading about Noah, and you're going to start reading about his son and what happens and
10,000 BC.
Okay, so again, we're told
were here 444,000 years ago. So you're trying to put your Book of Jubilees back to the time.
What I'm trying to explain is that the books that I've read they all align with everything that you're saying.
Yes, but in a different time frame. So you're saying, oh, did the Anunnaki,
Well,
deal
let me ask you another question. So you're saying ancient aliens. So where do you think all of these ancient civilizations got all of this knowledge from? Like, let's just say we'll just break it down. Like, we'll
So
say
the Anunnaki,
pyramids, we'll say
after
pyramids and Aztecs and all these different
this is why you need it in full context, because what you're doing is you're picking bits. So after the Great Flood, the Anunnaki decided to let us inherit the earth. They then separated 4 territories, the first one being Sumer. That's where they started to teach us. That's why we have marriage laws, agriculture, money, you name it, it come from Sumer. What time, you name it, calculate, astronomy, everything come from Sumer. Now you telling me your God come down and said, do you know what?
Okay, so let me ask you. So who were those then? So what civilizations are we naming? So that 1/4, who are these? Are these the Egyptians? Are these the Sumerians? Was it just the Sumerians?
There were, right, so there were people, there was Homo sapiens from 300,000 years ago.
No. We're talking about after the flood. We're talking about
After the flood, there was people all over the world.
How?
How? Because the Anunnaki allowed them to have, took them around, which is why we have
They took them around after the flood happened. Why did the flood happen? The Anunnaki decided to flood them, and then they were like, oh, the whole Earth's going to be populated again?
This is the problem. I don't think you want to grasp the concept. You just want to pick little bits. This is why my research, without sounding rude, I have to research everything. I have to research the Norse gods, the Greek gods, the Roman gods, the Egyptian gods, the Indian. I have to research it all to look at the big picture. You're just picking a little bit, trying to.
But that is my big picture. Those beings, and I have the proof of it. I have an entire chart. I have an entire chart that lays out all of the names and
I have a family tree that will trump. I can guarantee you.
Yes, and okay, so that family tree. That's what I'm asking you. So that's the only question that I want. What civilizations were they teaching this to? Not the Homo sapiens after the flood. Which civilizations were they teaching it to? How did the Earth get populated again? Where's that story? Because I'm not getting told any of that. And according to the Book of Jubilees, I have that timeline figured out. But you don't have a timeline according to the Book of Sumerians.
Absolutely, I do. I actually have the best timeline, interactive timeline, which mainstream, if you actually watch my videos, you'll see mainstream keep changing the dates. And the amount of times, this is why I'm big-headed, the amount of times I say, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, mainstream's changed the date, matches mine. So I am...
Okay, can you give me that timeline, please? Just kind of broad.
So, right, okay. So after the flood, the Anunnaki, there were still people here. There was some of the Canaanite family, or Cain's family.
Wait, how did these people survive the flood?
Sorry?
How did these people survive the flood?
So Noah was in, obviously, the coracle-shaped craft, boat. And if you read the translations of the Moorhens, they found that people were still clinging to, basically the tops of Mount Ararat, which is where they were. So people survived because, for whatever reason, they.
Do we know how many?
Didn't say how many, but they did then restart the population. They created us a second time. If you're interested in seeing the evidence of that, and I mean, literally everything I'm saying, I've got evidence for. You're just pointing to the Book of Jubilee. One of us has got a little bit more evidence than the other. But anyway, so the Anunnaki recreated us a second time. They called us the black-headed people. They limited us to 120 years, and they, from my research, they gave us Rh negative blood to deliberately, so that we wouldn't be able to, because they talk about controlling the population. So they said that they're going to reduce the womb. Happy to show you the tablet of that. I can't remember.
Where did this start? What was this? Was this Samaria? I'm just trying to figure out which civilization was this. So after the flood, which civilization was this? I get it. There were some people, clinging to some mountains, and there was, Noah on his
Egypt.
boat.
There was people. There was a port in just above Egypt that was the biggest port. That was before the Great Flood as well.
Okay, so we're in Africa. We're in Egypt, around that area.
Well, the Middle East basically is where the Anunnaki were. Middle East the nearest.
Okay.
Then around 3,000 to 4,000 BC, Ningazida went off and started to take some of the people to Mesoamerica, which is why you have the black-headed people there as well.
Okay.
Which is why Quetzalcoatl is. So I'm sure you're aware that many of the same names are the same people. So, for example,
so that was the piece that I was looking for you right there. So we have now that these people went over to to now, Native America and Southern America and Northern, like Native American people. So we have that group of people now. Now my question is, why do these civilizations all have a different story of the flood? They all have a different one. And I understand you saying that we have direct evidence from the Sumerian tablets of what they believed. Now, my claim is that I get it. I know the Anunnaki came down and they told them a false story of the flood. My point is that if you're saying that they created all of humanity and that they were teaching humanity during this time, why do all the different modern ancient civilizations who had the craziest tech, the pyramids, they had all of these different crazy structures and they worshiped these same different beings, they all referred to the same beings? Yeah, there was this guy who came down and he taught us alchemy and he taught us how to grow food and he taught us how to do this, and then you find out, okay, in a different civilization 1,000 miles later, around that same time, we have another being who comes down. He's not going by the same name, but he's teaching them the exact same stuff. Oh wait, now 1,000 miles later, we have another civilization. Now we have the Mesopotamians. Why are they all worshiping the same being? And they all have a different story. That's my question.
One point. Two points is just going to destroy that. God of Israel. That's your first problem. That means there's other gods. So your answer there is when you say, why is other people telling other cultures or other places, Babylon, for example, Marduk was, before he became Yahweh, was the god of Babylon. So, Ishtar was the goddess of Babylon and also the goddess of Samaria. Ishtar was also known as Aphrodite. So your God of Israel, just without saying a word, just destroyed it, because if your God was the main God of the whole universe, then he wouldn't be narrowed down to Israel. So there was many gods. They were, like I keep trying to explain to you, there was about 2,000 at any one point here on Earth. So they were teaching people.
And I know all of this, and it's laid out for us in the Book of Enoch. I know who these beings were. I know who the watchers were.
Not Enoch. The Book of Enoch talks really about Enoch. I lecture on it, so forgive me.
It doesn't, though. It talks about the fall, and in the Book of Jubilees, again, I know I keep going back to it, but that's where we are given. That's where the angel came in, and he was like, look, we had Book of Enoch here, and we had a vague timeline of what happened. But let me go back and clear the air and give you guys the exact timeline. We're given Jubilees. We're told, and if you follow the Book of Jubilees, I'll give you an example on why it's so accurate. Follow the moon cycles on the Book of Jubilees. I promise you, every single time he says there is a full moon, look on the original calendar. It is a full moon. I promise you. That was one of the most mind-boggling things about the Book of Jubilees that I read. It's such a blatant proof for me.
Proof of what? That someone looked up and saw a full moon? Sorry, I don't get that.
No, it's not somebody looked up and saw a full moon. It lays out the timeline of every son when he was born and when every daughter was born, and it lays out how each period was laid out. It gives us the exact timeline up until the flood of Noah, and then after that, it tells us the entire timeline up until when they built the Tower of Babylon. And it tells you how those three civilizations, the three sons of Noah, split up, and they all went into different civilizations, and how the spirits of those Nephilim, the giants, they infiltrated these different civilizations and they started corrupting them. That's my main question that I'm asking you, is that if the Anunnaki created all these people, why does every civilization have a different view? They should all be aligned. The Egyptians who had the pyramids should be aligned. They all should have the same flood story. The Sumerians should have the same flood story. The Aztecs should have the same flood story.
You really didn't have a clue. Sorry, someone's muted you. You really didn't have a clue. They do talk about the Great Flood, but from different perspectives. Do you not understand that?
Yes, I do. It's all a different story.
No, it's not a different story. If it was a different story, it would be Scooby-Doo had lunch today. Oh, another story. There was a great flood. Another story. UFO just picked me up and abducted me.
Do you want me to give you examples? Let me pull it up for you real quick.
So let me just go back to the other point that you was making that wasn't even a point. Right. So when you said, "Oh, look at the offspring in the Book of Jubilees," and it gives all the offsprings. Enki, who was the father of Adam and Eve, kept the lineage because he was royalty. So are you saying because someone wrote down their genealogy, therefore there's an almighty God? Is that what you said? That's pretty much what you said. And
No,
I can't.
I'm saying that everything that is talked about in the Book of Jubilees explains what you're saying. You're just believing their timeline, which is exactly what they wanted you to do. That was their goal.
Oh,
Their
so
goal was to come in and lay out.
hang on. So the Anunnaki.
Chris, can I interrupt? I have a
Yeah.
question for Chris.
Yep.
When do you think the Book of Jubilees was written?
Like I said, that's what I explained to him earlier. I know we don't have it. We have a fragment in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, however you want to put that, I'd say the oldest one we have is 2,200 years older. Or not 2,200 years old. Probably.
Because even mainstream will tell you that it was probably written in the 100s BCE.
But whenever it was written, the being who is claiming to be the being who is claiming to write the Book of Jubilees is claiming that he is an angel, that he was there with all of this.
And the problem
That's what I said.
that's
It's a matter of accepting that story or not. And if you guys contradict that and you guys don't believe that story, then I mean that's completely acceptable.
part of the problem is that
That was I haven't done that this entire life.
you can't do it because you're not a mod.
Okay,
The problem is that I mean you go on for 10 minutes without even taking a breath here. I get what you're saying, but basing a writing in Jubilees from the 100s BCE versus tablets that are thousands of years older. I mean, which one would you consider more correct, closer to the time period?
But that's what I said, and I understand your guys' claim on that, and that's what I said. It's going to be a matter on what you guys accept. What I'm saying is that whether the Book of Jubilees was, what didn't come out until a couple thousand years after those tablets were created. I get your guys' claim, but what I'm saying is that if you guys take into consideration the Book of Jubilees, it explains everything that you guys are explaining right now. It explains who these beings are, what they're doing, that their goal was to come in and corrupt humanity, make them think. Their whole goal was for humanity to worship them and not God. That's what their whole plan was. And that's what is explained in the Book of Jubilees. So again, I know we don't have an old text that compares to your tablets, but that tells us though who they were and what their plan was. And you guys can't answer my question. My main question that I want you guys to answer, and I have it laid out for you guys right here.
Could you do me a favour? Where it says in Book of Jubilees, where it says that they're trying to make us believe that they're gods or something, could you do me a favour and read out the exact words where it says that there was one creator and that's the one that we should.
So I don't know the exact one, but I can give you, I forgot what the name of it was, but it tells you the leader of these spirits, and it gives you a name of it, and it says he comes to Yahweh and he asks permission because he tells the four archangels, or those four beings that brought Enoch up into heaven in order to show him the dreams. He tells those four angels, wipe out all of them. And the leader of those beings comes and says, hold on, let's not wipe out all of us. Give us at least, let 1/10 of us survive at least. And he explains that to God. And God says, okay, I'll allow that to happen. 1/10 of the spirits, I want there to at least be a test for my children. If it's just a perfect world, what type of test would that be? So he allowed that 10% to survive. And it says right there that he knows.
Yeah. Why can't you accept that that's Marduk?
You said what?
Why can't you accept that that's Marduk? Why does it have to be an almighty being that no one's ever seen?
Because then that contradicts your claim.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Because again,
Marduk became the monotheistic.
Do you want to see what my contradicting claim is? My contradicting claim is you're going off of the information that we're explicitly told not to go off of in the Bible. Now I get it. I get that being tried his very best,
Unfortunately, no, it doesn't
best
say
to
that in the
portray
Bible.
himself as a god. I'm sure he did it
Make
very,
nothing
very
of
well
stuff,
for
sorry.
all of the people who were in
Sorry,
that
you cannot say that the information that I'm giving. This is I'm going to catch you out again. Sorry, don't hate me. You're saying that in the Bible it says that we can't go by the tablets because they're wrong. However, the Bible is talking about the tablets. Noah, the great flood, creation of man, the start of the solar system. We've got it all. So you cannot say that the Bible's telling us to not go by those tablets
I'm
when
saying that the Bible is
is
telling us to watch out for these beings. He is
There you
saying
go.
these
Changed
beings
it.
are
Changed
going
it.
to come out and he's
Changed
going
it.
to
Is
infiltrate.
that yes or no? You've just changed it from what you said a minute ago. You've just changed it. Yes or no?
What do you mean?
You said a minute ago that the Bible's telling us not to trust the tablets, the stories that we
never said
have.
that,
And yet
no.
I've just pointed out that the Bible itself.
I never said that the Bible
You did.
specifically said don't trust the tablets. Those words never came out of my mouth. I'm
You
saying
said
that the
the
Bible said
stories,
not to
which the
trust
second
these.
story is in the Bible.
I said that the Bible said not to trust these beings, and that you
No,
are
I don't
trusting.
beings.
You are trusting
Did he
these
say
beings.
beings, everybody?
Yeah,
Did he
the
say beings?
Anunnaki.
Or did he say the stories or tablets?
I never said tablets. Yeah, you're not supposed to believe these stories.
Oh, hang on. Right. Okay. He's done it again. So we're not supposed to believe the story that there was a great flood, yet it's in your Bible. We're not supposed to believe the tablet that Enki or a god, which was.
I'm telling you that God says, I am a jealous God. Do not worship other gods.
You contradicted your. Sorry, the moderator's muted you. Sorry, but you have contradicted yourself. Just hands up. Admit it. You did.
Okay, so to get away from the contradiction, let me ask you this. So I have 10 civilizations right here that believed in the Anunnaki. They had beings who came down, who they claimed were fallen beings, who came down and gave them different information. So I have the very first one, the Sumerians, the flood story, the Eridu Genesis, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Unaptism survives the God's flood. Then we have the Babylonians. They also believed in the Anunnaki. Their flood story was the Arthritis Epic, the Enuma Elish. Then we have the Akkadians.
Hang on. No.
They
The
also
not
believed
about
in.
the flood story.
They
Don't-
also believed in the flood story.
No.
Their
Let's
flood
go back.
story-
I don't like people that make up stuff. Sorry. You'll find I don't like people that make up stuff. Tell me where in the Enuma Elish that it says about the flood story. You just said it. You're doing a Billy Carson and quoting stuff that from tablets that you have no knowledge about. Sorry. Tell me where it says it. Tell me.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Or
Can you
just
repeat
say,
your
I
question?
apologise. Our true history. Once again,
I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question?
you just said the Enuma Elish talks about the flood story. Tell me where it says that in the Enuma Elish.
Enuma Elish. Okay. The Enuma Elish is often understood. It's not the main Mesopotamian flood story, but a creation epic used to justify Babylon's rise and Marduk's supremacy. However, it does not reference themes connected to the flood, and it directly ties into the flood stories of the Arthritis epic and the epics of Gilgamesh, which do record the ancient flood. Okay, so as I'm saying, though, I'm not
Admit
saying.
you was wrong.
So as I'm saying, I'm.
Oh, I
not-
don't like people that just make up stuff and then don't admit. I would put my hands up.
First of all, I'm not. This isn't my information. This is what I looked up.
No.
Stop.
Right, enough. I think we've established the
We
dominant.
have another guest in the guest request, and you just
Can you
keep
just answer?
cutting.
Can you just answer
Would
my last
you-
question real quick, and then I'll leave?
Can you hear me talking? You should not talk over people. You've been doing it this entire time. Please.
I haven't
What?
done it this whole time. The first time was when you muted me. But go
No,
ahead.
it's been done before that. I've let you go and I've let you go, but it's become quite irritating.
Okay, go ahead.
The point is that OTH was speaking and you were speaking over him. Can you please let him finish his thought? Thank you.
Check the bottom of that, Clark. No, lift it up. Sorry. Is he unmuted? Sorry. Okay, put it in the oven. Sorry, I was talking to my boy. Well, all I'll say is because my boy's now putting food in the oven. If you're interested in the evidence, which I can guarantee you won't be, Feel free to.
I just want to ask this last question.
And there you go
I know
again.
you. I know you pulled up that one indefinement that you said.
Sarah, finish what you had to say.
No. I was just going to say go to my website, but I know he won't. So okay, carry
He
on.
was going to say watch his videos, and that's it. That's
Yeah.
what he was going to say. But again, my question is, I hope I didn't come in here and offend you guys. My main goal was to come in here and share my information with you guys, and I appreciate you guys giving me all my information. My claims just contradict yours, and I'll leave it with this last question. And this has been the question that I've asked this whole time, and it hasn't been answered. Why, again, apart from that one last little document that you said didn't talk about the flood, why do all of these ancient civilizations who all believed in the Anunnaki, they all have the same stories, around the same stories? They different names, different beings, different stereotypes, whatever. But they all believed in these fallen beings who came down and gave them knowledge. I can keep listing them, or I'm sure you get the point. My question is, why do they all have a different flood story? Because your claim is
Okay.
they came in, they answered this for the Sumerians, and they just said, fuck everybody else, and they didn't give the information to everyone else. Or they came in and they told different information to everybody. So,
Don't put words in my mouth, which I didn't say. So, this is why I kept trying to say to you, the whole context is important on how, but you seem to just want to pick sort of individual things and go with that. But the ice shelf that broke off of Antarctica, which they talk about in the Arcturus, which again, Admiral Byrd also says is the size of America, is now missing a chunk of ice, and also Oxford University have agreed that that's what caused the Great Flood. It was a deluge. It was a tsunami. It flooded over South Africa and the Middle East. It didn't flood. So we've got evidence that if you're interested, you won't be. Go watch my flood video. You won't bother. But we've got evidence that buildings and cities, etc., have ocean sediment 70 miles inland, where it's basically flooded the whole of that, that area. So the whole Britain didn't get flooded, but basically that got tsunamied over. That's why we've got ancient gold mines completely buried. That's why we've got buildings buried in the Middle East, etc. Again, I can show you all the evidence of that. That's why the Black Sea is now, from having settlements at the bottom of it, is now flooded. Now that melted, that ice melted. So only the people in that area that was aware of survived, that could tell their stories down, or from tablets. People elsewhere around the world heard about the flood stories. I mean, Malta is...
Okay, hold on. Let me just understand real quick. So now...
Sorry, Kerry, I'm okay to listen to him. Sorry, say that again.
So again, my question is that claim doesn't make any sense to me, because now we're saying that the flood happened just in a specific portion. Earlier you were saying, yeah, people were climbing onto mountains, they were holding on to the top, and now you're saying, hold on, the flood only happened in a specific area of Antarctica, and the rest of the world, they heard stories about the flood.
I didn't say in Antarctica. I said the ice shelf slid off.
Okay, the ice shelf slid off, and that area around there experienced the flood, but nowhere else in the world experienced. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'll try and explain it again. I don't know what part of this didn't. Hang on, Clark. I've got someone that doesn't quite grasp English. So I'll say it again. The ice shelf slid off, created a tsunami that hit the Middle East and South Africa. So we know that because we've got buildings, we've got the sand silts and everything else from the bottom of the ocean covered over that area.
Okay, so it just hit Africa.
Over a period, you need to know the full context of stuff. This is why you're probably quite happy to believe the Bible. You need the full context of everything. This is what I have to do. Over a period of time, that ice shelf melted, which raised the water levels around the planet. Do you understand now?
Sure.
So that's why, for example, Easter Island, which was part of the mainland, is now just the tip of 3 volcanoes, and Malta, which was connected to the mainland, is also. So you get the idea. So that's why these people that may have still been there have their own versions of it.
Okay. So now, again, let me ask this, because this contradicts. So did the Nephilim create humans during this time, because earlier you said that there was a couple people that held on to mountains, and then they gathered in Africa, and they
According
gathered
to
in
the tablet.
Egypt, and he started splitting them into four, and he started teaching them information. Well, wouldn't they have all gathered all of the civilizations around? Because that's what you said earlier. He gathered them all and he split them into four sections.
No, he
And
didn't gather
so
the civilizations around. No,
that's what you said.
no. I said they split the territories into four, and the first place they started to teach people was Sumer.
Okay, so who, that didn't answer my question. So now who are these beings then that, let's say, during this period, well, the Anunnaki were teaching in ancient Egypt, and they were teaching in that area. Why around that same time were the Sumerians and the Aztecs in that time
Not the Aztecs.
talking
The
about?
Aztecs weren't that far back. Sorry,
Sorry, 1 second.
Aztecs weren't 10,000 BC.
Okay, so the Aztecs, no, they were a couple thousand years old, though, 3,000 or 4,000 years old, a couple thousand BC, around that era of time, which
Yeah.
I'm going according to my Bible, and you guys can go off of whatever timeline you guys want, but according to my Bible, it was around that same time. Now, we have these civilizations who are claiming the same thing as the Sumerians. We're having these Aztecs, and they're claiming the same thing the Egyptians did. They're saying, okay,
Yeah.
these beings came in.
Spot
They
on.
showed us different information. They said, worship our children, or they said, sacrifice your children, worship us. This is what we created. If you look at the Mayan flood story, and if you look at the Mayan creation story, it's vaguely similar to your Sumerian story. They claimed that they created everything. They claimed that they were the ones to be worshipped, but it wasn't completely to your Sumerian story. And if you look into each flood story to where the civilizations, it's just a simple search. Which civilizations believed in fallen beings coming down? And when I read it, I was like, what the fuck? I was like, all these different civilizations believed in beings coming down, nothing like spiritual. They literally saw these beings come down, and they put statues up of them, and they put the same symbols up, and they taught them the same exact things.
So you agree the Anunnaki were here and created us, so there's no... So your Bible is exactly what we've said right from day one. So you keep saying there's inconsistencies. You've literally just
No.
agreed with me.
What I'm saying is that I know who these beings are, and these beings are told about in the Book of Jubilees. And I'm saying that their job was to infiltrate the earth and to take us away from God. And that's what their plan was.
No. Show me the
That's what they
evidence
did.
that there was an almighty being.
I just gave you the evidence. Look into the flood
evidence.
stories of all these different ancient civilizations.
Your evidence, hang on, your evidence of an almighty being is that the fact that different people around different world at different times remember or were told. Remember, there's a thing called Chinese whispers or telephone game where people told things get things wrong. So your argument, this is it, this is the crux of it, your argument that there's an almighty being is because people around the world at different times are remembering or being told a story that may be slightly different from a different version.
Now, I believe in that almighty God because he told me it was going to happen, and it did.
Sorry, you spoke to God.
No, he claimed that it was going to happen, and he wrote it down. He didn't write it
Yes,
down.
he did.
But
Yeah,
it was given to us that it would happen. Now, whether you think that text was later or not, everything that he said was going to happen happened. And it did. You can't deny that.
Yes,
Everything
Anunnaki told us all of this before your Bible.
But we have a book that has a being in there that claims to be before. So like I said, I mean, our arguments aren't going to align. My claim is, and again, what I've just said, you still haven't answered my question. You just decided to twist it and say that my argument.
No.
So can you answer that question then? Why do all those civilizations believe in different stories and different beings? Because you still haven't answered that question. You're saying they all split off and they were in Africa.
Right.
But why do all of these ancient civilizations believe in the same beings? They all believe in different stories.
I told you.
And they all worship different
Over
names.
different
Answer that question, please.
I've already told you over different time periods. Are you telling me that what we're told about World War II or World War One is 100% from whatever perspective?
No.
There you go. So you're trying to say that just because, for example, the Mayans may be talking about a flood slightly differently, but still a flood, Therefore,
But
there's an almighty
that's a
being. That's what you
contradicting
said.
argument, though, because those same beings came to them. They got that flood story from those beings. So if those beings are the same beings, those Anunnaki are the same
Yes.
beings from Sumeria, then they would have told
Yes.
them the same exact story. Or if their job was to
Right. Okay. Let me
confuse
just
humanity,
prove a
or
point.
if their job was to confuse humanity,
Right. Let me.
like we are told, then they would go and tell them a different story. Lo and behold,
I'm going to
they
prove.
went and told them a different
I'm gonna
story.
prove. No. You're assuming they've told them a different story. This is how I'm going to prove that I'm 100% right as always. You said earlier on that in the Enuma Elish was talking about the Great Flood.
No, I didn't. Like I said, I just
You
read
did.
that, bro. I
You
don't
did.
know about it.
No. You did.
You're trying to
No,
like
what I'm trying to prove is that sometimes, and you couldn't remember it correctly, so you made a mistake. Now imagine passing that mistake on to your children, to your children's children, to your children's children. Thank you. I rest my case. You have assumed that that's
answering
what
my
the Anunnaki has
questions.
told them. No, you've assumed that that's what the Anunnaki has told them. But over thousands of years, these stories get changed. You can't even remember what you read in the Enuma
Okay, so
Elish.
then these stories get changed. So how do you know the Sumerian tablets are real? How do you know that the story hasn't been changed?
Because
Because
there's
what?
archaeological
what?
evidence.
Oh, there's archaeological evidence. So there's not for the other civilizations that I said. There's not archaeological evidence and proof and different scriptures
What?
and different writings and different stories. So who's to say that your Sumerian tablets are the only legit version and that all the other different civilizations? Because what if you want to go based off of the Aztecs? They lay out a pretty clear story for you too. And what if you think, wow, I've dug into all the ancient Aztecs. They had text and they had hieroglyphs and they had stuff that dated way before the Book of Jubilees, and they believed in these beings and they said this story and they said this. You've just decided to pick one, which is the Sumerians, and you've dug into their tablets and you've looked into what those beings claimed for that civilization. Now I'm glad that you've looked into that. Now what I recommend you do is start looking into other civilizations and ancient people who claim
Unfortunately,
that
I
these Anunnaki
debunked
came
you
down,
big time.
and then you can start realizing that
You
all
asked
of these claims
for the
contradict
evidence.
each other. So I'll leave it with that,
No,
brother.
no,
I
no.
hope you have a blessed day,
You've been
bro.
bested. Oh, you're trying to
Have a
run,
great
trying to
one, man.
run, trying to run. Love it, love it. So you said to me, why would I believe the Sumerian tablets? I've already told you so many things that you've completely deliberately forgot, such as the Anunnaki tells us about the asteroid belt. The Anunnaki tells us about a planet being destroyed. The Anunnaki tells us about the Great Flood. That's in your Bible. The Anunnaki tells us about the Most High that sits on a lapis lazuli throne in your Bible. The Anunnaki tells us about creating us in their image in your Bible. The Anunnaki tells us about creating the first temple for the Almighty God that's in the invisible God. No, it talks about building a temple for Enki, the first. The first priest was for Enki. The list just goes on and on for evidence, which I've given you for the last Christ knows how long, an hour. And you keep going back to there was differences in what we're told in the Great Flood from different civilizations over different time periods, because obviously this guy couldn't even remember what was in the frickin' Enuma Elish. Couldn't remember his own reading, couldn't remember what was in it, which I caught him out on. And his argument is there's an almighty being because people, can't even comprehend the connection that he has between I don't know about you guys, but what's the connection between an almighty being and people getting the flood stories changed over tens of thousands of years? I don't get, or thousands of years, should I say? I don't get how. So what he could turn around and said is, the Enuma Elish, what I remember, this is what he could have quite easily said. The Enuma Elish, what I remember, because he made a mistake on it, the Enuma Elish, what I remember is 100% correct, and therefore there's an almighty being. Because he got it wrong. That's what he's saying. Because people change things over tens of thousands of years. That's why I go by the evidence, which he said, what evidence? And I'd already told him all the evidence right at the very beginning, but he didn't want to know. He kept trying to pick one little thing. And I knew straight away when he started to go on to the picking the one little thing, as opposed to looking at it from a whole. I kept saying to him, you need the big context. You need to understand everything. You need to know about the even the Greek gods, because they talk about the same stories about splitting up the territories. But he didn't want to know the big picture. He wanted to try and get down to the, and he kept putting words in my mouth, which was obviously shows a bad researcher. So I hope you guys have listened to this and realised that one of us didn't make up one freaking bit of lie. The other one made up loads of lies and made mistakes. And I'll let you figure out which one that was. So this is why I don't do these lives, because religious people, and he was religious, are blinkered. They cannot see the big picture. Literally, we tell him that we've got fused chromosomes done in a lab. Well, let's look at the Great Flood and how the Aztecs accidentally said that after thousands of years of because you've got to remember the Aztecs didn't come along until about 7,000 years after the Great Flood had happened. Anyway, hello, Kerry. You all right?
Hi. Yeah. Just real quick, you've been going for like over 3 hours. You do have one more in the guest request. I don't know if you want to take another one or not. That's entirely your call.
I really hope it's not a religious person. Only because
It's not a name I recognize, so I'm not sure.
Okay. We have to be quick because obviously my boy's put his own dinner in the oven. So there's two of them now. So
There's two. Well, what if you're willing to do it? We can do a strict 15-minute timer, and I'll just interrupt at 15 minutes, and it's just dropped.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Start with the one that was there first.
Sure.
Thank you, Kerry.
You're welcome.
Oh, that happens to be me.
Hello, Vimes.
Hello. Just kind of wondering, really, like, I get the Anunnaki kind of ancient Egypt. I've heard about the ideas. I just don't know where you ground the original, like, base facts, if you know what I'm trying to get to. Kind of like base evidence. I don't know how what I'm really trying to say is, where do you ground it? Where you're starting from?
So when I do my amazing deep dives, which no one's done, what I do is I go back to the very first mentions of anything. The first mention of dragon, the first mention of angels, the first mention of anything. I go back to it because you know that people add stuff and bolt stuff on. So I go back to that. So when I look at things, so for example, Genesis, when it talks about God created heaven and earth, I look back at the original Hebrew words to see whether or not that could be different. And it turns out it can be different. It can be deities forming, which is basically planets. The Anunnaki called the planets deities. So there is another word for that. Now the Bible talks about the waters mingling. So we've got a tablet called Enuma Elish where it talks about the waters mingle and created the planets. Mainstream about two months ago have said that they've seen a solar system where planets are forming because of water in that solar system. So that's the kind of research I do. I don't just go by tablets. So if there's nothing to double check, then I can't. I'll say I believe or it says this. But if there's evidence, that's enough evidence to prove to me that the planets formed and that Genesis is talking about that, then obviously Genesis carries on talking about the 7 days, which gets mixed up because obviously the Anunnaki have also said that they were here for 7 days and on the seventh day let us their bed there rest, and they said the same thing. So I double check everything where I can double check, and if I can't double check, then I haven't got evidence. It's as simple as that.
I get the correlation thing, I do, and I'm not being like disingenuous to say that, like, I get you can like link this to this and water being the same. My problem with that has always been the idea that, like, parallel thinking, that like you get certain civilizations and they kind of like sun worship. Like sun worship, you can imagine that just not being anything to do with any god, just people observing this big thing that kind of gives life, and all coming to this conclusion that it's like a deity, if you get what I'm saying. Like there can be 3 or 4 different tribes coming to the same conclusion that aren't linked about the same thing, if that makes sense.
You could do, yeah. I mean, we do have a sun deity, which was Marduk. He was the sun god Ra, and then he was the sun god Aten, and then he was also known as Amen. He was also on the dollar bill with the sun and the pyramid because he was part of, well, he was the one that created Egypt. So when you sort of put all that together, as well as everything else, as I was trying to say to the other chap,
Yeah.
it starts to solidify and say, okay, well, everything seems to be a coherent story.
I'm guessing you said you've got to go from for a little in a minute, so I won't be long. But I just like what I'm going to ask is, what are the Anunnaki to you as like base facts? Like, if I was to say, who are these people, and what are they? What would you answer to that?
So they're an alien race from a planet that's in our solar system that astronomers now kind of all pointing to, yes, there's another planet in our solar system. Feel free to look that up. So their planet, they tell us that their planet has an orbit around our solar system, comes in between Jupiter and Mars. We've got tens of thousands of carvings of them. They look like us, except they're well taller. They tell us that we're little people. So, and they tell us they created us. So they're basically a smarter, bigger version of us because they use their essence, and that's their words, not mine. They use their essence to help create the first, which we know as a Homo sapien.
Oh, so they're a seeding alien species, basically.
Yeah, they didn't come here to deliberately do that, but they needed help doing what they were doing, mining for gold to sprinkle in their atmosphere. Bill Gates wants to put chalk dust or something in our atmosphere as it is, and they were
Why do
struck.
they need gold in the atmosphere?
Sorry, their
Why do
plan.
they need gold?
There was a hole in their, I'll say ozone, but it says atmosphere, and they needed to repair it, so they come up with the idea of sprinkling gold in their atmosphere, which does sound stupid, but then again, Bill Gates wants to put chalk dust in our atmosphere to help our ozone, so I guess it's the same principle.
Well, I don't know why he wants to put chalk dust. It's the first I've heard of it. But yeah, like there could be a reason they put gold. I just don't know what the property of gold would have to do that. But as I don't know the atmosphere, I can't really judge that because
No, fair
I think it definitely could be something. But it just, if you don't know the atmosphere and you don't know the reaction that the gold has, I don't know what you can do.
Yeah, no, I'm not an expert on that, so I just go by the tablet. I mean, for someone to write down that they need gold in their atmosphere from one of the first ever languages where people could read or write, it's and we've got ancient gold mines from tens and tens of thousands of years ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago. So that's been covered over because of the Great Flood, the tsunami. So you kind of got to think, well, hang on, someone knows something. Surely no one back then would have wrote about sprinkling gold in their atmosphere to help it repair as one of the first things that they could ever learn to read or write, and they start talking about genetically creating humans and stuff like that. So it all sort of makes sense, and we do have the evidence of the gold mines, etc.
What are the writings you're talking about? Sorry,
Oh, you name it. Enuma Elish, British Museum, Enki and Nimna, you can search for that one. The Moorhen translation from Columbia University. Penn Museum has some beautiful tablets where it talks about the Great Flood, etc. Penn Museum,
I've got your website. I looked at the hour history. I'm guessing that's yours.
yeah.
I'm on the links now looking for it because I do like as much as I probably don't believe like the same way you do, I still like to look at these things. But I'll have a look through that because it's interesting. But yeah, like I cannot. The only thing I could ever think of that, and it's just rationalization, is like we have poets. They talk about the gold seen through the sky, and like kind of like when the sun has a gold tinge, and I could imagine that being correlated with putting gold into the sky or something like that. But yeah, if I haven't looked at the writing, so I don't know how you do that.
Yeah,
So
no,
I can't really say.
yeah, and I hear what you're saying. If you do watch something, could I suggest watching the video on the home page? If you scroll down to where it says click here, that one is hours long. You should only need 10 minutes, and you'll go, okay, there's no way. The coincidence is, is too phenomenal for it to be anything other than genuine. The buildings that we can't recreate today, the first buildings were for the Anunnaki, that suddenly we make up these fictitious people and we decide to build buildings for them. The list just goes on and on and on. It's
Yeah,
ours.
to be fair, I'm imagining that like you would have to accept that some people build buildings for fictitious people, unless you're confirming all gods are real. If you get what I'm saying, because there must be buildings built for all gods, or for most gods, if you know what I mean.
Well, back in the day, yeah. I mean, obviously the Anunnaki, there was about 2,000 Anunnaki, and each one of them had people, living in their area, so they would have, each of them ended up with their own, dare I say, temple or building that people would go and take.
Oh, so you're saying like all of the Anunnaki are actually the gods of myth?
Yeah,
So, like,
their race name is gods. If you look at the tablet called Kingship of Heaven, they talk about their kingship on their planet before even coming to Earth. At the end of it, one of them comes to Earth for the first time. So yeah, they're called gods. That's their race name. Anunnaki is
so
the name for the older ones. The younger ones are Ajiji.
so like Ymir and like the Norse starters were kind of that. That would
Yeah,
make the Norse one weird because that starts with a cow bleeding. But yeah, no, I get it. I'll have a read anyway. I'll let you talk to the other guy who's waiting, but I'll have a look at this and I'll follow you and check back and
oh, bless you. Thank
when
you.
I've had a look.
Thank you for
That's it.
asking the question. No worries at all. Thank you. That was nice. Nice gentleman. Okay, I think we've lost the other person now. So if no one else is here, I'm going to put my boys' dinner on.
Yeah, there's nobody else in there. So,
Thank you, everybody. I will put this one on YouTube for those of you that may be interested and never caught up to the, never heard it all or anything. So yeah, thank you again, Kerry. Absolutely fantastic work there. Gary's giving you a cheer. So yeah, if anyone's interested and never heard me talk before, I do get angry when people make up stuff, only because I don't, and there's no point in making up stuff. If I don't know it, I'll say I don't know it. If I make a mistake, I'll say I'll make a mistake. But people that try and change the subject, and I try and bring them back to where they made a mistake, and they carry on talking like that gentleman earlier to try and avoid that bit that I'm pulling them back to, that winds me up. Sorry, only because if I got caught out, I'd say hands up. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. Cotswold, thank you. I'll listen on YouTube. Yeah, it was an interesting one. Obviously, the guy is never gonna want to hear what we've got to say. Let's be honest, he didn't want to hear what I had to say. Otherwise, he would have said, explain it all properly, which I tried to, but he just didn't want to hear it. He had his own preconceived ideas of what he thought, which is very sad, because I can't do that. When I do my research, I cannot have a preconceived idea. Thank you, Darwin. Thank you. I honestly can't have a preconceived idea, because although in my own opinion I may have one, I can't start the research like that. I can't try and debunk something to start with. I just cannot do it. There's many a time on the deep dives videos that I've done where I've said I didn't know it was going to go this way. I can't. Where the evidence takes me is where it takes me. So if you've not listened to me before, go to my website. If you're interested in the Anunnaki, because most of the questions were about the Anunnaki tonight or today. If you want to watch hours worth of evidence, you'll only need 10 minutes, and you'll go, yeah, solved. Go to my website, scroll down on the home page where it says click here. I say it every single time I do these lives. No one ever comes back because no one bothers going to watch it, which either leads me to the conclusion that people are not that interested, or they're religious and don't really want to see the evidence, or they do watch it and realise that there's no way they can debunk it. So I don't know what it is, but no one ever comes back and says, I watched it, freaking amazing. No one ever comes back. There are obviously likes on it on YouTube, because it's on YouTube, and people say, this should be taught in schools. Why are we only just finding out about this, all that kind of stuff. But But no one ever comes back here and tells me, which I'm very sad. But thank you very much for anyone that was listening. Again, total credit to Kerry there. Fantastic job tonight. Maybe next time, if we can limit it to 15, because otherwise, I know there may not have been other people, but there might have been if there was a gap. Otherwise, because I did say to Kerry, we'll only do this for an hour or two, and I think it's been a little bit longer. So, but Kerry's been fantastic as always. Jackie's D, I'm just going to read the very last few out. Jackie D's right. Okay, so gold mining produces greenhouse gases, so they could have damaged the atmosphere that way. You mean their atmosphere as opposed to ours? No, they did have what they called a rock crusher. So I don't know whether that would have produced greenhouse gases. Their machine, their craft seemed to, or Enki's craft seemed to run on crystals and water somehow. So I can't say for sure that their technology would cause greenhouse gases. Sitchin, I think if I remember correctly, Sitchin said that it was because of the, if I remember correctly, forgive me if I got it wrong, but if I remember correctly, Sitchin said that because of the volcanoes not working, therefore it was causing the atmosphere to dwindle. However, I went back to just the other day, I went back to the Moorhen's translations of that part, and it seemed the other way around. It seemed like that the volcanoes had stopped, and it was a good thing. So I don't know. I'll need to reread both of them again. Sorry, I digressed there, didn't I? Sharon's wrote, what was the video you said to look for in your page? So it's on my home page. Scroll down on my home page. Thank you for asking. It's where it says click here in blue letters. I've got thousands of videos in the background on, you can search for them on my website. But the one that proves the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible, sorry, that's my niece. The one that proves the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible is on the home page, so it's nice and easy. Thomas wrote, dinosaurs not real. Yeah, they were real. We've got massive animals now. If you watch my video where I prove that the dinosaurs were real, thank you, All Energy. Basically, what I do is I prove that normal people find skeletons and stuff like that for dinosaurs, but also the footprints and at the same time as dinosaurs and whatnot. But also I point out where the errors are that people that say that dinosaurs weren't real. I point out their errors quite succinctly. Lisa's right. I have been on your website. Very interesting. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. User 19 has wrote good job. Thank you very much. I'm not sure how much you listen to, but thank you. Jazz has wrote good stuff. Thank you. Riz has wrote best live on TikTok without doubt. I cancelled my date to listen to this. Oh, Riz, did you really? Quick, ring her, him, them, they, whatever back, and go do something far more interesting. Thank you, Riz. Jackie's wrote, thank you so much for interesting information. Again, you're more than welcome. Riz says, Jackie, I don't know if you know, but I am putting up, so Tuesday there'll be some more videos up on the TikTok subscription. So I don't know if you know that there's videos, deep dive videos on there. There'll be some more put up on Tuesday. I have to space them out because TikTok's a bummer. But so yes, so keep looking. I will put more up. I apologise. I will set a reminder to make sure I definitely do that. White has wrote, let me take a look just after joining you. I'm just about to shoot now, so I don't know what that means. Sorry if you mean jump up. Pickles Owens wrote, have a nice evening. Thank you, guys. Jazz wrote, are my comments being ghosted? It scrolled to the bottom. There was so many comments, so I may not have read. Well, I didn't read a huge chunk, so I apologise, Jazz. But it was only because Clark's was putting dinner in that I decided to only go with the bottom. Riz has wrote, my girlfriend is upset with me. Oh dear, Riz. Flowers, chocolates. I'll accept anything. Tea. But for your girlfriend, I would probably suggest, a diamond ring or something. Jackie's wrote, interesting, thank you. You're more than welcome. And then Jackie's wrote, wow, it's also fascinating. Oh, brilliant. Riz has wrote, Kerry is a great moderator. Yeah, she is. She's fantastic. Onions wrote, I've been glued, Altruist. It's been an excellent live. Thank you, Onion. It's a shame. It's a shame that at the beginning I kind of thought that particular guy would be open, but he kept fixating on certain things, which again didn't quite pan out. But it's a shame. Baccaronis wrote, the books you have on Amazon. What were the names again? Thanks for all you do. So they're on Spotify, they're on Audible, they're on Kindle, and they're on Amazon. So anywhere that you want them. They're also on Audible on my Patreon page. So for a couple of £, you can actually have 3 audiobooks that, unfortunately, I wish I could charge nothing, but Amazon and Spotify and everything charges, unless you've got Amazon Prime or whatever it is, Audible Prime or whatever they do, then you can listen to them free. But if you did go to my website or Patreon page, which you can get to from my website, the audiobooks are on there. But they're called, just type in on Amazon, OUR, that's OUR, as in same as my name at the back there. But this time it's Untold History, not True History. So it's Our Untold History. So there's loads of names before it. So it's like this one I'm holding right now is Area 51, Stonehenge, Crystal Skulls, Poltergeist, and Our Untold History. So if you just look for the ones that's called Our Untold History, you'll see the same design on the books, bottom half and then top half with the writing in the middle of each. I quite like that design that I've done. So yeah, Our Untold History. But you can get to the books from my website. If you go to my website, don't bother clicking on anything, or you just type in Our Untold History. Or history even, and you should find it on there, and then it will have a link through to Amazon. You might need, depending on which country, and you might need to go to your own country to buy it, but either way, it's Our Untold History, 3 books covering, well, you know what kind of research I do. It's fairly good. Irish is excellent live. Thank you, Atrish. You're more than welcome. Thank you. We might do this again, but I think next time we'll limit to 15. And then, if they want to jump back on after, not a problem. But I think otherwise we might have alienated many people, which is a shame. Jackie's wrote, thank you. I'll subscribe as soon as I can. I wish I could, but the problem is, Jackie, I wish I could put it on the TikTok subscription, which you are a member of, I think, but they won't allow just audio. Otherwise, I would put my audiobooks on the TikTok subscription, but they don't allow audio. I could convert them into videos, but TikTok has a limit on the length, and if the audiobooks are about 8 hours each, so you'd have to go through, probably 30, 50 sections just to listen to the whole of the book. It's a bit of a bummer like that. So yeah, sorry. It's TikTok, not me. Jazz wrote all good. That was what I was. Samantha wrote, sorry I missed the end of Chris, but I had a call. Amazing outro history. Yeah, Chris at the end said that because some cultures talked about the Great Flood slightly differently from each other, therefore there's an almighty being. That was what he said, and I pulled him up on it, and then he tried to change it, but that's exactly what he said. I might even do a soundbite of that on TikTok and say, well, hang on a minute, you said this, and I'm quite good at picking where people lie, and I don't like liars. You all know that. I don't. That's why I keep doing these debunking videos, because I can't. If you can't, don't say anything. If you can't, just, anyway. Baccaroni's fantastic. Thanks for the info. You're more than welcome. Onions wrote, good job all. Chris has wrote, and the sons of men began to make themselves gods, and they began to make molten images. So Chris is still here by the sounds of it. Hello, Chris. So just to help you out, you do realise that the Nephilim, because you did mention the Nephilim a couple of times, and I didn't have a chance to point out. So the Nephilim are the sons and daughters of the technically of the Ajiji, but sorry, that's my niece again. I'll have to bring her back in a minute. So it's the offspring of Anunnaki and humans. So technically they are demigods, even though they're Nephilim. Now, because of the size of the Anunnaki, we do have a finger bone over in... We have had skeletons, by the way, giant skeletons, but Smithsonian seems to make them disappear. But we still have a finger bone over in South Africa that works out to be a 36-footer. So the chances that these Nephilim seem to have genetic, like gigantism, is a possibility, which would be the men of renowned, in the Book of Giants and all that kind of stuff. So that's who they were. You do realise also that when an Anunnaki bred with a human, that is what we got, demigods. So unless you think you're Invisible Man physically bred with us, same as angels physically sat down and had food and chatted with us. You do realise that, don't you? Because they were messengers. You really won't watch my videos, I know you won't, but it's all there with evidence. Unless you know I'm talking sensible, you know that. Chris has wrote, and the spirits began to lead astray the sons of men to commit sins. There's still no Almighty God there. Look at P. Diddy, look at what's his name? Epstein. So does that make them, they're leading astray? Does that make them an almighty being? Does that mean there's an almighty being? You see what I mean, Chris? You seem to be picking on one thing, thereby ergo an almighty being. It doesn't quite equate to that. Sorry, Chris. It doesn't. You can read every single passage out, but it doesn't mean there's an almighty being. Again, go back. You won't bother. Go and look at the original Hebrew words for Genesis. Go look at that. You do realise, Chris, that in the Bible where it talks about the dust of man, you do realise that comes from the Sumerian tablet or the Sumerian texts or stories where the Anunnaki say, nip off the clay from the Abzu, the top of the Abzu. Chris is thinking, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's why I was trying to educate you, Chris, but you didn't want to know. So where the Anunnaki say, and the translations, every single translation says, nip off the clay. So where the Anunnaki is talking about creating the new species, he says to Nimna, go and nip off the clay from the top of the Abzu. And so, of course, the clay being the dust of the earth, etc. Now, Chris, this is the difference between what you've done and what I've done. And I don't mean to sound rude, but I didn't take that translation, and this translation's been done for over 100 years. I didn't take that translation as correct, which you seem to take every single thing from Jubilee correct. So I went and looked at whether or not the word clay, that word from Sumerian, could mean another word. It does, Chris. It actually means organic material. So when Enki tells Nimna to go and nip off the clay from the top of Abzu, which is where the Neanderthals were, go look that up, you'll find that he was actually saying, go take the genetic material from the top of the Abzu. Therefore, ergo, your Bible is talking about when the dust of the man, clay, dust, ground, it's also talking about organic material. You ain't going to want that. You're going to try and fight that, but that's how it plays out. Samantha for saying, Jazz wrote, thank you, Samantha, for saying about the algorithm. Jazz wrote, oh my God, he's back. Chris has wrote, just wanted to show my scripture. Again, what you're reading is way down the line with nothing that can be double checked. Do you see the difference in why you don't, do you? So the way I work is I double check things. And if it can't be double checked, then I'll say, this is what I believe, or this is what's been said. If there's evidence, then I can double check it and then I can triple check it if there's more than one bit of evidence. But your verbatim is from a book that's come way, way later, whereas I go by the original source, which I then double check to see if there's... So again, Chris, pointing out your God wanted us to worship him. The first building was for Enki, second building. None of those buildings... Do you know there's a building underneath Temple Mount that was for Yahweh, which was Marduk? Chris has wrote, Canaan saw the land of Lebanon, and he went not unto the land his inheritance. Yeah, again, still, you do realise Canaan, if you read the translations from the tablets in the Columbia University, this is what I was trying to explain to you. You need to learn it all. I've been doing this 40 years. That's why I can, run rings around people. I'm sorry, it sounds big-headed, but I have to learn everything. I can't just go from one book, which is exactly what you're doing. A book that came way later that's got nothing you can back up. But yeah, so if you're interested in the evidence or the translation, of Cain and Abel, where Cain was working for... Cain was working for... I can't remember. I always get it bloody mixed up. Marduk and Abel's... What either way round, Marduk was working for as farmers, and one was dealing with cattle and one was dealing with the crops. Chris is thinking, there's no way you've got tablets. Well, yeah. Kerry's wrote to Chris, it doesn't help you when you came about the way after the tablets. In other words... quoting something that, I could quote my books. That's the problem. So you kind of do need it a little bit closer. Literally, you're saying to me, why is there a mix-up in the way that around the world over different thousands of years? Why is there a different story of the Great Flood? And yet your book is different. So... you see my point. You're going by your book that's different. I don't know. Chris has wrote pyramids text are older. There is no pyramid texts. There's text that people call pyramid text, but there's no pyramid texts. There's nothing. There's only two mentions of the pyramids, and that is Emerald Tablets of Thoth. The oldest translation of those is about 1,200 years in Latin, and the other translation of any mention of the Emerald of pyramids was from the Moorhen collections from those tablets, where it went through the whole lot. Jackie's wrote, no worries at all. Chris has wrote, why don't you believe them? Believe what? The Book of Jubilees? Because I've rewritten the Bible. I've got 2 books coming out where I literally break down the original words for Hebrew and back it up with evidence, as opposed to what you're doing, which is taking a way later book with no evidence, without even looking at the original words. You've took what you've been told as verbatim. I can't do that. That's why my research is second to none. I can't just take someone's word for it. I have to go back and triple check. So yeah, I've got 2 books coming out. I would, if I had time, I would have went and started reading chapter 1 for you, which you won't believe because you don't seem to want to do the research. But you have to go back, Chris. If you're really serious about this, you have to go back and look at the other words that could have been translated from Hebrew. You have to do that, Chris. Otherwise, I could write a Bible and tell you, there you go, Chris, there you go, read that. Because if you don't double check it yourself, then you're believing what someone's told you. And there are other versions that you could read. I'm trying to help you out, Chris. It's there, but you're not. Samantha's wrote, yep, crazy, it doesn't fly at all. Timeline was a mic drop moment. Kerry, I think Kerry did the timeline on the book side of that, so all credit to Kerry. Chris has wrote, funny how you said there was 2,000, because there are 20,000 giants and 1/10 would be 2,000. So the Anunnaki, let me try and explain it to you again. This is why you really needed to learn it all, Chris. The Anunnaki lived for a long time. They called themselves immortal. You must know that. In fact, your God calls himself immortal. The Anunnaki called us mortal. Your Bible calls us mortal. So, Chris, the Anunnaki on Earth lived from when they come here, depending on what age they were, whether they were born here, etc. But they could live for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years. We have children every 9 months. We had an abundance of women 200,000 years after they had already created us. So don't forget, they created the Homo sapiens. Then 200,000 years later, that's a lot of breeding, 200,000 years of breeding between each of the Homo sapiens. Then the Anunnaki then bred with us. From that moment on, then they also bred with the Homo sapiens that they just created by breeding with the Homo sapiens. So where you're thinking, wow, 20,000 giants is, I'm guessing you're thinking 20,000 giants is a lot. That's nothing. Absolutely nothing. If you think that the Anunnaki could breed they could breed with a woman every single, 10 women, 100 women every single day. Do you see my point? So that's why you need the context, Chris, because you need to see it all as a big picture to understand why your God was immortal, why the Anunnaki called themselves immortal. Onions wrote, best live ever seen on here, out to history, fair play. Oh, thank you. Chris has wrote, ha ha ha. I think that's to Kerry, because Kerry's Jazzard wrote, stop and listen to Chris. And then I try not to be bad. I just don't like people that make up stuff and don't admit when they got it wrong. And that was what probably annoyed me a little bit with Chris. Sorry, Chris. That's just how I am. It's an inbuilt thing. Kerry then had wrote, with all due respect, but you're not helping your case. And that's when Chris has wrote, haha. Chris has wrote, just wanted to show my scripture. Have a blessed days, guys. No worries at all. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Maybe do heed some of what I said about going back to the original words and not believing what someone wants you to believe. You got to remember, King James changed the Bible. The Romans changed it. But come on, why do you think they changed it? And if you say, oh well, I don't know. Jazz wrote, go sort dinner out. Thank you. I need to watch some more Clarkson Farms. Shane Stiz wrote, oh boy, a true God stopped in. Be nice, Shane. Be nice. I'm trying. Onions wrote, wow, I've learned so much from you, Andrew. I love this channel. Oh, bless you. Thank you. No Lies wrote, could these just be folk tale stories? Right. I address that. So it's a fair question. I'm not knocking the person. It's a fair question. If you're interested in seeing the evidence that these are not folk stories, please visit my website. Go down. It's on YouTube, but I can't remember the title. On the homepage, it says click here. Click that. It will take you to YouTube. Watch that, and I address the fact that these have been done over thousands of years, up and down the whole of the Middle East. Not just the Middle East, the same stories are told in Greek and Roman, etc. Go watch it and you'll see, it's amazing video. It really is, even if I do say so myself. So, no, they're not folk stories. There's no, right, just to end that, way back, 13 people saw the firmament, which the Anunnaki called the asteroid belt. No one, 9 billion of us now can see it, but yet 13 people could see it back then. You see my point? And so, yet you get these silly people saying, oh, rocket bashed into it. Well, how come 13 people could see it back then when they actually went past, a couple of them went past the firmament? Oh, did they? Yeah. So, yeah, it's I don't know. It's too easy. Scrolling down, those lies is right. Original Bible was Aramaic, then Greek. Well, there is Hebrew version of it, isn't there? Which is a lot of the translations come from, and technically, a lot of the translations from the Hebrew version do come from Greek, and many other languages, in fact. Natalie's wrote hello. Hello, Natalie. Nice of you to join. Onions wrote hello, guys. Authenticated has wrote up. Up, back, I guess. Samantha's wrote, it was actually me who took it to Kerry. Timeline book tablets wasn't it, Kerry? Oh, well, in that case, well done, Samantha. That's probably why you hyped yourself up by saying the timeline was the mic drop moment. So it was you, was it? Yes, I didn't know the date off the top of my head of when Jubilees was written. So well done, Samantha, and Kerry as well for utilising that knowledge. No Lies has wrote, religion came later, far later, but the Book of Enoch mentions this discussion. Yeah, the Book of Enoch does cover some things, but mainly it's about Enoch, doing his thing, getting taken around by messengers, which is angels flying over an ocean in a chariot, which is pretty impressive for an invisible angel. Maya has wrote, I will follow. Interesting. Thank you, Maya. That's nice of you. Mrs. wrote, architect has wrote, the firmament is the asteroid belt. That's no. It's not actually. It's in ancient tablets. So if you're interested in seeing the evidence of it, I have got a video called Firmament Solved. Feel free to watch that. I first, you'll see the way I work. First, I look at all the mentions of the word firmament that's not the correct word. So in other words, where the Bible talks about it. And I show that the Bible doesn't ever mention an invisible dome, blah, blah, blah. And then I slap it down with the old evidence where it actually then shows that the Bible was talking about the expanse, the vault in the expanse, which the Anunnaki called the bolt in the expanse, which was the asteroid belt, as they say. So yes, that's it. That was what the firmament was. But silly people, and I mean silly people, have somehow read the Bible, decided that there was an invisible dome for no reason whatsoever. No Lies is right. I've seen UFOs for a split second while driving to London on the M1. Okay, I don't disbelieve you. The only problem nowadays, obviously, drones is a little bit tricky, but yeah, I don't ever not believe anyone. I mean, there's thousands of people, millions of people probably seen UFOs. Natalie's wrote, signed up to your website after your last live, been hooked on the content over the last few days. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. Oh, bless you. See, there we go. There are smart people in the world still. Thank you, Natalie. Bless. Thank you. I mean that. I'm not being joking. I do mean that. Thank you. No Lies is right. Must trying hard to break the firmament. Yeah, no, he's not. So do you really think not only the fact that 13 people in the ancient times could see the firmament and we can't now, but do you really think Musk is going to? Why not go to the edge and break through that way? Oh, you mean instead of keep firing rockets up that costs a lot and that tells us when we're going to fire it up so that we can all see this invisible firmament? Yeah, why would he do that when he could just, he's got enough money, he could certainly go to the edge and start drilling that way. Well, okay, so it's supposed to be on Earth, but because people say they can't get past it, but because you made a very damn good point, we're going to say that the firmament actually is now further away from the edge of the Earth, so therefore he still needs rockets. Well, why not fire the rocket at the edge of the Earth instead of having people watch his rockets go up? He could go from Antarctica for all we care. Yeah, you got to make a good point again, Our True History. I'm so sorry. Yes, I guess the asteroid belt, which is a lock-in between our heaven and the other heaven, which is what's basically two lots of space, where the Anunnaki says as above, so below. Oh, is that what it meant? I thought it meant something different. No, it doesn't. Oh, I'm going to follow you now because you just made me a little bit. Yeah, no worries, no lies. Feel free to follow. You'll understand how it works with evidence. Like that person above, Natalie. Natalie's obviously hooked on evidence. You'll get there too as well, no lies. Instead of all these people just telling you stuff, wouldn't it be nice to have the evidence? Jazz has wrote the hammer bracelet. Correct, that's what the Anunnaki called the firmament. No Lies has wrote the Torah mentions the firmament. Yes, it's not an invisible dome. Again, the Anunnaki tell us that it's the asteroid belt. Keegan Kerry's explaining that. And then then No Lies is right. How can you see it? It's like an invisible layer of shield. No, it's not. Show me where it says that anywhere. Show me. See No Lies. This is why you should follow me. And you're saying No Lies? Your name is No Lies, and you made up a lie. It is like an invisible layer shield, and your name is No Lies. Wow. Maybe I don't want you to follow me. Maybe you should. Maybe you should just get rid of the no at the front of your name. Show me, No Lies, the evidence where anywhere it says it's an invisible layer shield. Show me that. And do not point me to a YouTuber that won't have the evidence either. Now, No Lies, you've got two options here. You can either turn around and say, okay, I was wrong. Fair enough. Fair point. It doesn't say it anywhere. I was wrong. You can either do that, or you can be rude to me and I'm still going to be right. I don't know which way you want to play it. I would just put my hands up and say, sorry, yeah, okay, it doesn't actually say anywhere in ancient tablets that it's an invisible layer of shield. However, I would be very interested in looking at your videos out through history, because you obviously do seem to have the evidence. You seem to destroy everyone that doesn't have evidence, so I would be very much... So it's up to you, No Lies, your choice. Lisa's wrote, I'm actually reading The Bloodlines of the Holy Grail by Lawrence Gardner. Okay, I've not read that. So the problem is, after Jesus was born, as you may have heard me say, there's nothing to double check. There's no second lots of text. There's no architecture. There's no modern science. There's no blood. There's no giant bones. There's nothing to connect Jesus with anything. Even the Shroud of Turin doesn't connect Jesus. Mia's wrote, what do you think of the new film? I don't know what new film that is. What do you think of the new film? I don't know what new film that is, sorry. No Lines has wrote, shall I bring out the scripture for the host, for the firmament? You certainly can. I've already gone through it in my documentary. And then Kerry's wrote, shall I bring out the tablets that predate the scriptures? Oh, No Lies. Okay, so No Lies is going to bring out where it says, okay, go for it. Go for it. Bring out where it says it is an invisible layer of shield. It's like an invisible layer of shield. So, No Lies, show me that. Don't show me the scriptures. Don't show me from the Bible, because it doesn't say that from the Bible. So I don't know where you're going to get this from. So No Lies, show me where it says it's like in any description whatsoever, it's like that. Invisible. It's only invisible. You know why it's invisible, No Lies? I'll give you a little hint. Because it's the asteroid belt. Do you know we can't see it from here? Oh, that's why it's invisible. Yeah. Okay, I'm feeling a little bit silly again. No worries at all, No Lies. Feel free to follow. Probably don't want you following, because you're not going to be up on it. Power has wrote, we live in a dome. What are you on about? So again, Power Snumpty, Power, whatever your name is. Show me the evidence that we're in a dome. Now you're going to see you're going to go back to the Bible, and you're going to go, oh, it says there's a vault in the expanse. Expanse. You're going to go, oh, what is that like between like Jupiter and Mars? Yes, that's the expanse. That's the vault in the expanse. So above Earth isn't expanse? No. So when they talk about the asteroid belt being the firmament, you was actually right. Yes, Power Snumpty. I mean, Power, whatever your name is. Oh, I'm sorry again. I just can't help making up crap. I thought we lived in a... Well, you actually wrote a doom. But let's not split hairs on spellings. I thought we lived in a dome because I watched YouTube videos and they had very good graphics. Oh, did they? So could you see the dome? No one showed the dome because it's invisible. Is it? It's invisible. I tell you it's invisible because we can't see it. And therefore, if we can't see it, it has to be real. I'm sorry, Power. It doesn't quite work like that. No Lies has wrote, just wait. I'm waiting. Power has wrote, everything is guesswork. No, because the Anunnaki told us about the asteroid belt and we only found out about it 200 years ago. So if you're telling me they guessed that there was an asteroid belt, freaking damn good guess. They also told us about the names of the planets that we didn't even know about. Oh, God, you're good. No, just call me God. It's okay. You don't have to call me God good. You can just call me God. Lisa's wrote, he's basically says it's the Anunnaki. I'm not sure what that was referring to. No Lies has wrote, host. Go Google Genesis 168, then talk about No Lies. I have done. I've rewritten the Bible. What you don't understand is that... Oh, God, numpties. No Lies has wrote, it mentioned the firmament obviously is a shield. Yes, it stops the Anunnaki getting from one side of heaven to the other. The asteroid belt. They actually has struggled. If you go back on my TikTok videos, which you won't bother, let me do it. Let me destroy you for a moment. Let me just destroy you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to destroy someone like we did the other day. I hate liars.
And finally...
And your name is No Lies. Watch this. Watch this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just going to be a car crash again. Here we are. Listen to this. Okay, so this...
to us about the voyage on the fifth planet.
Right.
Aircraft is trying to get through the asteroid, where the Anunnaki atrocity.
Right, ready? No Lies.
Listen to this. This is the translation of that tablet where the Anunnaki are telling us about the asteroid belt before we even knew about it. We only found out 200 years ago. So this is an actual text from before we even knew about the asteroid belt where their craft is trying to get through the asteroid belt. Remember, NASA says this got through no problem at all. Listen to...
Okay, that was me referring to Voyager, the probe. But listen to the translation.
This.
Those thrusting at the unwanted. Isha steadily retreated in preparation for the chariot, which was waiting beyond the fifth planet for the hammered bracelet.
So a chariot is a spaceship, that's what they used to call them. And the hammer bracelet is the asteroid belt, that's what they called it.
The thruster was instructed to prepare so that his labor of love might begin to spin. The chariot was hurtling toward a swarm of whirling boulders, each one hurling itself at the chariot like a slingshot stone. When Ea gave the word...
Ea is Enki, so these boulders were coming towards the craft.
Water stream with the force of 1,000 heroes was launched.
So they used some sort of jet water to try and push these boulders out of the way.
As they formed a path for the chariot, the boulders faced each other one by one. However, as one boulder fled, another attacked in its place.
The Anunnaki called things alive, so when it says attacked, it wasn't an attack, it was just coming towards them.
They were a veritable army, a host for Tiamat's vindictive splitting.
So Tiamat was the planet that broke up, that gave us Earth and the asteroid belt. That's why the asteroid belt was made up of the same material as Earth. So the Anunnaki is telling us all of this, and we're all thick. We all listen to the Bible. We all listen to other people.
Okay, so in that same translation, they also call it the firmament. So, No Lies. How's that feel? It's a shield. Yes, it protects us, but it also stops them from getting through. So where's your invisible part? I did ask you for the evidence where you said it's invisible. The asteroid belt isn't invisible, but we can't see it because we don't go there. No Lies. Please don't follow me ever. I don't need people that haven't got a grasp of what's being said. So that was a mic drop moment, I guess. Mia's wrote Anunnaki film coming out 2026. I'm unaware of it. I am planning to do my own, so I'm not aware of that particular one. So I will have a look into it. No Lies, where I'd asked for the evidence for the invisible, has changed the subject, which obviously happens when they have no evidence. So No Lies had wrote host. The title is Our True History Explain what that is. You know now. One of us has proved stuff, the other one has made up stuff. This is terrible. Rob has wrote Elon Musk's rockets do not penetrate the firmament. You have seen the rockets contact the firmament. No, I haven't. There was one rocket where, this is stupid, Rob. Come on, Rob. Think. There was one rocket where it suddenly slowed down. Now, if you actually hit an immovable object, that very thin rocket would have destroyed and disintegrated. Rob's thinking, yeah, actually, that should have done, shouldn't it? Yes, at that speed, Rob. Oh, I didn't want to think about physics because it makes me look stupid. No worries, Rob. So I'll help you out, Rob. So that video, there's only one video where suddenly it seems to slow down spinning. Yeah, it didn't destroy it, did it? No, you're right, Outer History, it didn't. No, that's right, Rob. So what I done, Rob, is I took that video. Yes, I'm interested. And I snipped 30 seconds off of it. What do you mean snipped? I edited 30 seconds off. So now it hits the firmament 30 seconds before. I don't understand what you mean. I'm not the sharpest. No worries, Rob, let me explain it again. So the video where you think that it hits the dome is actually someone just snipping out however many minutes before the rocket ends up not spinning very fast. So in other words, the rocket's going up full speed, and then one of the thrusters stops, or the thruster stops, and eventually it stops spinning so violently, and that period between then and then is edited out. I still don't understand what you mean. So they took a minute, maybe 2 minutes, I don't know, from it. So it suddenly looks like it's now hit something, or well, not hit something because it's still going up and still spinning, but very, very slowly now. Oh, I get it. So what they've done is they've just edited the section out so that numpties like me will think that it's hit something, even though really I should be thinking about the physics of something hitting it. Have you ever seen a rocket land accidentally on the ground, Rob? One of these proper rockets that go up. I've got a video of it. Thank you, the Truthcast. Thank you. Someone with the real name of Truthcast will probably understand, as opposed to No Lies. Thank you, Truthcast. So yes, I've got a video. You can go look it up, Rob, of a rocket where it malfunctioned and came down. Didn't explode. It came down. Do you know how many pieces that ended up in when it hit the ground? So really, Rob, obviously there is malfunctions, but the problem is you've got the Apollo missions where the actual rockets go higher than what some of the ones that explode. So you're going to say, oh, but look at the ones that explode. That's them hitting the firmament. Unfortunately, the Apollo missions did go actually higher than those. Yeah. Well, that means your dome isn't quite a dome then, is it? Oh, well, maybe they did it different. Maybe it wasn't all from Cape Canaveral. No, they were from Cape Canaveral. Oh, okay. Well, Elon's is probably from somewhere different, and maybe it's a bit nearer to the edge of the dome. Rob, come on. And you got No Lies underneath trying to agree with Rob. Tell you what, guys, disappear. Do me a favour. Nico has wrote, love your work. I believe in the Anunnaki creation of men, but who created the life on all life and the earth? So Tiamat, the planet Tiamat. So the planets were formed by what they call heavy water. Feel free to watch my videos. I show that, or just look into it. You'll see. I did do a TikTok video where mainstream had said, or astrology had said, they've seen another solar system where water's creating the planet. So bang, that's how planets were formed. Don't ask me how, I'm not an expert, but that's what it said. And of course the Bible says exactly the same things, with the waters mingling, and then basically that would be creating the planets, which is what it says if you read it properly from the Hebrew version, where it's deities are forming, which was the name of what Anunnaki call planets. Anyway, so how did we get life? So according to the Moorhen's translations, there's Nibiru smashed into Tiamat broke Tiamat up, but seeded Tiamat, and of course part of Tiamat became Earth. So we were seeded by Nibiru, which makes sense because we're carbon based and they're carbon based. So it makes a lot of sense. No Lies has wrote the Anunnaki. No, I was waiting for your evidence. Oh man, what part of can you show me the evidence? And you went away to get the scriptures and also fouled on that. You kind of realise now that you may have bitten off more than you could chew. Anyway, let me read out where he didn't give me the evidence. This is going on YouTube, guys. I tell you, too many people with lies. I mean, no lies. I mean, lies. I don't know what's going on anymore. Everyone just makes up stuff. So let me read what he wrote. The Anunnaki are already here. They have always been here. Well, not according to them, but could you show me the evidence that they've always been here? So 4.6 billion years. Could you show me the evidence that they've always been here? Oh no, he's asked for evidence again. I thought he was just like making up stuff like all the people I follow. No, this is evidence-based live. Oh my God, I've come into the wrong live. Rob, come with me, quick. Let's find some other numpty that just makes up stuff, because this guy's pretty darn good. He asked for evidence. That's why his videos sound like they're freaking amazing. Yeah. Wow, Rob has wrote, I'm a professional aerospace worker for over 30 years. How's that working for you, Rob? Have you seen the invisible dome that 13 people in ancient times saw? I haven't actually seen it. How the hell did the 13 people that in the Bible, that's where you get it from? I don't actually know how they saw it. They went up in craft, Rob. Did that? Yes, Rob. Can you show well, you can read the freaking Bible. Oh, yeah. But you can read older texts than that as well. Oh, I should just follow him. Jazz has wrote to No Lies, you really need to do more research. They come on here and they really think that they can just hornswoggle, that's my word for the day, people, but it doesn't work with me. It's never going to work with me. I'd have to be dead before you could, and I'd have to be dead for centuries before you could outdo me on trying to trick me. No Lies has wrote to Nico. He doesn't know. He's doing Sherlock Holmes watching YouTube videos. Unfortunately, I debunk the YouTube videos that you watch. So no, I don't watch. You think I've done 40 years of, bear in mind YouTube came out in 2024, 2025. You think I've been doing 40 years of research watching YouTube videos? Oh, he did ask me for evidence. I must really give him that. I must show him the scriptures that I said I was going to go and get, but I can't get them because they don't say the things that I thought they said. No Lies. Come on. Thank you, Samantha. Even Samantha's kind of getting fed up with the lies person. I'm just going to call you Lies now because you said you was going to show me the evidence. You said a few things and you fouled on all of those. Samantha's thinking, yeah, just call him Lies now. So change your name to Lies. Lies has wrote, Rob is right, host, you're running around in circles. No, I've asked you for evidence. I've pointed to my evidence. In fact, I've even played the evidence out for you on the audio. So Lies, I'm guessing you're religious. That would explain it. Nico's wrote, the Anunnaki must have had their own creator god. So you assume they must have. Why assume? You've got that from the Bible. Sorry, I don't mean to sound rude, but if the Bible didn't exist, would you have said someone created you? Seriously, would you have thought, hang on a minute, someone created us? Would you have thought that? No, you wouldn't. No one in their right mind would sit here and go, do you know what? Someone created us for no reason whatsoever. Forget the Bible. I would just think, well, my mum created us, and I've seen insects and animals, etc., that are different in different territories and different environments, and therefore they evolved to adapt in those environments, and therefore it would have been an evolution process, in which case no one created us because we would have evolved, except for the fact that we've got fused chromosomes because the Anunnaki genetically modified us. But I would have then used my brain and thought, hang on a minute, what could have created life, and then I would have looked up to see whether or not chemicals can create life, which it does under the right circumstances. So, again, not sounding rude, but you've assumed that there has to be a creator of something, because I would then say, who created the creator? Then you would just say, he's always here, and then I can just say, no, he's not. Do you see my point? I can't do that. I can't downshift like some people do. So, the Anunnaki did mention a creator of everything, but they did say he was unseen. And of course, I keep using that analogy that there's 4,000 religions and every single one of them is wrong right now. So the Anunnaki could have had that wrong because they didn't even see him. So they could have just done the same as all these 4,000 religions and thought, just the same as you've done. Oh, someone must have created us because for some reason or other I think they did. So we don't know that there is a creator. The Anunnaki mention an unseen creator. So it's possible there's a creator, but we don't know because all we've got is them saying that they believe in an unseen creator of everything. Unseen is the key. Just like the 4,000 religions. Robbers wrote, there are many rockets that is firmament that you refuse to acknowledge. I'm guessing that hit the firmament. Yeah, absolutely. None of them hit the firmament because I can show you that the different heights that they would have went to before they hit. Rob's thinking, oh my God, he should have been the rocket scientist, not me. Sorry, Rob. Yeah. Oh God, why is he so clever? I don't know, Rob. It's God gave me this gift. Oh, so if you look at all these videos where the rockets explode, yes, Rob, you're saying that that's not hitting the firmament? No, Rob. Do you mean they just explode, because there's a malfunction? Yes, Rob. But so Rob, I'll ask you again. How come the 13 people in ancient times saw the firmament? I have no idea. Even Samantha wrote to Lies, stop it, you're being ridiculous now. Lies has wrote, you probably believe in the moon landing. No, I don't actually. Lies. So I did ask you for the evidence. You really have fouled, and you did say you was going to send me the texts from the Bible, which I said doesn't say what you said, and clearly you know that now. Why the hell can't people just put their hands up and say, I'm wrong, you're right, our true history, I'm sorry? Why can't they do that? Power to the People has wrote the Anunnaki story as a psyop. Sitchin was funded by the Rockefellers. So power to the people. I think you follow me, don't you? You do follow me. You do realise, power to the people, that not only the translations done before Sitchin was born, I also have done my own research, which you could go and watch. So are you calling me a liar? Are you telling me that I'm funded by the Rockefellers? Power to the people, I'm asking you a question. Would a moderator pin it up? Are you telling me that I'm funded by the Rockefellers? Now, the research that I've done, I didn't use Sitchin's research.
It's 7 o'clock now.
All right, 2 seconds, Clark. Let me just go and plug it to switch it on then.
Thank you.
Power to the people. I'm asking you, are you saying that I'm funded by the Rockefellers? Because my research didn't use Zachariah Sitchin at all.
Rubbish.
And I've come to the exact same conclusion, which you can go and look at the evidence, and you never bothered. You've never bothered.
Calm down.
Yes or no? Am I funded by the Rockefellers? And if so, could you freaking well show me where the money's going? Because it ain't going to my bank. So is this going to be a case of you saying, okay, fair enough, I'm wrong, being a big about it, getting a bigger cojones like I have? Or are you going to double down and try and pretend that I'm making up crap, even though you could have had the opportunity to see the evidence?
Dad.
I'm going to scroll to the bottom to see his answer.
Dad, come and milkshake now.
Hang on, let me just see where his answer is.
Come for this now, please.
He's not answered.
Come and milkshake.
No, you don't have milkshake. We've just put pizza on.
No, please.
We've just put pizza on.
No, it's my drink.
You wanted pizza tonight, Clark.
Yeah, this is my drink.
Power to the people's replied, calm yourself down. No. No, I won't, power to the people. No, I won't.
If you got these, have these today.
You've just basically said that I'm funded by the Rockefellers and that I'm making up crap. How do you explain yourself? I can't give him a milkshake. He's decided to have pizza today. Power to the People's wrote, I didn't say that. Abdul's wrote, I'm funded by the FBI. Frickin' hell, I would love some money from someone. I lose money because the 2 days that I take off each week.
Can you move that box, please?
Alright, I'll move it.
Yeah.
So now I'm funded by the... So power to the people. Just say, I'm sorry, I should have watched your video before saying that Sitchin was funded by the Rockefellers and therefore lied. Just admit that. Come on, just say, I'm wrong. For once. Come on. It's about anti-God. No, don't change the subject. You know what I'm like. Me and you've had our little disagreements before. You know what I'm like. I do not accept people changing the subject. Sorry, guys. I just, you know what I mean. This is why I become arrogant, etc. Because people make up crap. Abdul Damulu Kahula Baka has wrote, "You're funded by Looney Tunes." Wow, it's a Tom Selleck lookalike. Abdul Dabobo Damir. So, Abdul, how's life working out for you? Let me just executive order. Power to the people, executive order. Rosalind's wrote, can host quickly say your religious beliefs if you have any? No. Anunnaki were an alien race. Showed that with evidence. 0 people has debunked me. Clearly today no one has as well. I debunk everyone else. Clearly today I have. Where people make up crap and stuff. Anunnaki was an alien race. They look like us. We're in their image. And they came here and created us. We've got all the tablets. Everything you need is on my website. Nico's wrote, keep up the good work. Yeah, thank you. It's so frustrating. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I get very frustrated by people that just make up stuff. So on that bombshell, Samantha's wrote, our true history powers say Sitchin was not you. I don't think person meant you. No, I know. But what he's saying is Sakurai Sitchin's work, which he seems to be... Well, there's actually the Moorhens as well, but there's only a handful of us, and obviously Billy Carson that comes along, trails along way back at the back. But there's only a handful of us that say that the Anunnaki were here and blah, blah, blah. And even the word Anunnaki is even in ancient text. So Sitchin says that because it is, and I've done my own homework and I've done my amazing 8-hour documentary if anyone's interested in it. So when someone says that Sitchin's wrong, because I've found all the evidence that Zecharia Sitchin went by separately, no, I didn't use Zecharia Sitchin. Plus I've also gone further ahead than Zecharia Sitchin because obviously I use things like, you know, even as I say, 2 months ago mainstream saying that they found a solar system being created by water, planets, etc. So I have gone further than Sitchin, not because Sitchin, you know, Sitchin was absolutely amazing. I'm never going to take anything away from him. But when someone says that Sitchin's wrong, and I've backed Sitchin up and gone further, that means I'm wrong. Thank you, Sunflower. So when someone says I'm wrong, they better bring their A game. And of course, power to the people couldn't do that because all he said was calm down when asked. So... Oh, I don't know. Thank you guys for the executive orders. Sunflower wrote, power to the people. You have no idea what you're talking about. This is valuable information. Yeah, he's been around for a long time. Power to the people, on posts mainly, not necessarily on the lives. You know, and I always reply with evidence. As you can read any of my replies. And you know what kind of person he is. So Rosalind's wrote, okay, thank you. I'm so interested in stuff. Oh, thank you. Big Joe Showers wrote, hey, Teach, do you know the Anunnaki would have their own style of film stars or performers? It's a good question. I mean, they had music, they had games, so could they have had other entertainment? They had wrestling, so could they have had a video type thing that they could sit back and watch? Never said anything like that. Would they have had the ability to have that tech? Absolutely. Did they bother? Did they do plays? Now, that comes into a little bit of possibility. So they did have festivals where they would do things and reenact things. So not them, but they would get people to reenact things. So could that be classed as a proper play? Yes. So would they have probably filmed it maybe on their home planet? I can't imagine them making movies here on Earth, but it's a really good question. Go number 3 in the class for that. I'm just waiting for the pizza to cook. Samantha's wrote, yeah, I know you, Atrish. Yeah, sorry. Tony's wrote, always seek the truth. We do, we definitely do. Right, okay, I've caught up again. So if anyone's interested in seeing how easy it was for me to debunk all those silly people that made up stuff, feel free to just go to my website. If you think I'm arrogant, it's only because of those silly people, because when the people lie and you know the truth, after 3 years of doing this, you kind of get a little bit arrogant. So once again, I'm going to shoot. Thank you so much again to all the moderators, especially Kerry, and I'm going to go watch Clarkson's farm. History's right. History and Cause right. Hi, Atrish. I come in 5 minutes ago. Oh, did you? Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Hope you're well. I've got to shoot now because the pizza's on for Clark. And whenever I do these lives, he little bugger will pull out whatever he can from the fridges and freezers and whatnot. And he ends up choosing because he takes it out while I'm doing these lives. So tonight he's picked a pizza again. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you. History's right. Where's mine? I'll save you some. Samantha's right. Have a great live, everyone. Have a good night. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And again, Kerry, brilliant work. Thank you. Take care, everybody. Kerry's right. Chocolate, Clark, and cake and milk. He took milk while I was on the live. He did. I saw him walk off with milk. Little bugger. Yeah, the Big Joe Shows right. I commented the other day about the ball in Colombia and you said there was one in the 80s. Yeah, I think it was the 80s, yeah. A family found it in their sort of big America, big area. And they actually let someone take it who said they was going to get some tests done it. And he buggered off and then long story, but then one day so they were friends, but this person buggered off with it, and then many years later, the original owner of the ball came across the guy with the ball, or sold it to the military or something like that. So yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to remember it off the top of my head. Kerry's right, thanks. Overall, a great live today. Yeah, maybe we'll try and limit the time, I think, but I don't know. I don't know what people think of doing these types, but I knew we was going to get religious people. That's all that ever wants to come up mostly. They just want to tell. They just want to preach really and try and convert us, which is never going to happen with me. Jackie D's wrote, "You'll get drawn back in." Go. I will. I'm terrible like that. I can't. I have to finish stuff. That's why, when I've done all the things I've done in my life, I have to finish it. Although saying that, up until about 16, I would leave things, but somehow after that, something kicked in that I now have to absolutely finish everything that I do. Kerry's wrote, that was totally my fault. No, I didn't know. Because no one else was popping up. I guess that was fine. But I don't know. I just. Maybe we'll try it next time, just in case more people want to come up. Maybe I'll change the background as well. Jackie's right, I get it. No, thank you, Jackie. All right, I'm going to let everyone go because I'm sure you've got far better things to do. Thank you, guys. Take care. Bye, everybody. Bye. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you. Bye. Bye.